Welcome back to Continue Cooking. Do we have audio problems today? Please, tell me no. Tell me no.
Whatever, we'll just ignore it and keep going.
No, can't have audio problems.
Everything looks good? Looks good. All
Hooray!
Right.
Thank God.
We got the approval of the chats.
Very good. So today, we are going to be making Rafute, which is an Okinawan braised pork belly, and pairing that with Okinawan Soba, which is a noodle soup. So before we do that, though, we got to get our ingredients for the Rafute, because this is going to take a couple of hours to finish braising and finish the pork broth. So I want to start this right away before I really start explaining everything. I also like to make it very hard on the editors so that I will make sure everything is out of order for them to edit, because we will have to start this really quickly and then explain the process and the ingredients later on. You're welcome. First off, let's get all of our ingredients together. This is going to contain some rather esoteric ingredients, and I am going to give you some alternatives to said esoteric ingredients. Just because it's going to be a little bit challenging, I think, for some people to kind of catch up with us on this. You will have to buy specialized ingredients if you want to make this, pretty much to a certain degree. I had to buy specialized ingredients, but I was in Okinawa recently, so that made my journey of purchasing special ingredients a little bit easier. Okay, I'm just going to do the Rafute at first, which should be, everything we need is right here. Everything we need is right here. So let's go ingredient by ingredient. First off, we're going to need some boneless skin-on pork belly. You can see the skin is up here of the pig. You can get a large slab of this at Asian markets. Typically, I got this at Costco here in Korea. If you do not have a Asian market near you, you may be able to order it for delivery, but I would just recommend going to any Asian market. You don't have to have a giant slab like this. Sometimes it's cut into what I'm going to cut it into quarters because I need to boil it. So you can buy a big slab. This is 2 pounds or 1 kilogram of the pork belly. Typically you can buy it in double this amount. So I bought a 2 kilogram / 4.5 pound around slab of this. You do not want it sliced thinly like bacon or samgyeopsal, Korean style, because we want to cook it in larger chunks so it doesn't fall apart. So the bigger you can get it, the better. So other ingredients that we are going to be using today, this is soy sauce, kanjang. You can use any soy sauce, it doesn't really matter. This is ginger. We are going to be using some ginger on the side here for this Rafute, this braised pork belly. This is awamorei. Awamorei is a kind of Japanese Okinawan liquor. I will explain what this is later. If you do not have access to awamorei, which you probably don't unless you go to a very large liquor store in a major metropolitan area or have it specially delivered to you, just use sake. Just use sake.
Try to find some sake.
Sake you should be able to get anywhere. Okay, so sake is what I would use. Not cooking sake, but we'll explain the difference between awamorei and the sake later, because I want to start this before I start explaining everything. I am also not going to explain the next ingredient right now. I'm going to explain it later. This is Okinawan black sugar. Okay, you can buy Okinawan black sugar on Amazon. It is an unrefined cooked sugar cane. All right, and I will show you this more in depth later on.
Stream F. Stream went down.
My stream!
Stream went down here. This kept going.
Twitch, please. Let's back up.
That was weird.
It's Twitch. That's a Twitch problem. For once, it wasn't my fault.
It wasn't us.
Wasn't my fault.
Phew. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
All right, the recording's always okay, guys. We record locally onto a fast write solid state drive.
Didn't you just open up your Franken computer to put more things into it?
That's the story. Stop distracting me. We need to get this pork belly going.
Okay.
You can distract me as much as you want while I'm standing here waiting for this thing to boil for an hour.
Really?
Okay?
What can I do off camera?
I know, exactly. All right, so this is Okinawan black sugar. This is also Okinawan black sugar, as you can see that I have labeled it here. This is the crushed form of it. This is more in the rock form. I will show you more of this later. Do you need Okinawan black sugar? No. However, like I said, you can order Okinawan black sugar online on Amazon or another online platform of your choice. You could use Muscovado sugar, which is another sugar that has the molasses still in it. In a pinch, you can just use dark brown sugar, regular dark brown sugar. I will tell you the differences between all of these things once we start getting the pork boiling. So usually I like to talk about the ingredients first, but we're not going to do that today because there is going to be a lot of downtime. This is a lot of making broths and simmering pork, okay? So the first thing we're going to want to do is we are going to want to cut our pork belly here. And as I said, I need to make it fit in a pot. So I can cut it in half, just like this, and fit it in a large pot. However, I'm going to cut it closer to what's going to be the final form of this. And I'm just going to cut it into quarters right now. I'll move my plate. I'm just going to go ahead and cut it into quarters. It is going to be easier to slice like this later on because what we are going to do is we are going to boil it first, and then I'm going to cut it into segments like this. Like this. Ooh, the white version. And then we are going to braise those in a sauce that we will then serve with the pork belly.
I don't think anyone knows about our YouTube channel switch.
But, well, we got to do it. I can't keep having it on that other channel, so. So what we're going to do here, if you guys are looking for the YouTube channel, it's at Continue Cooking. That's where the stuff is going now. I'm just going to put it in this pot here, and I'm going to fill it with water just above the pork belly. This first boil will not be going for too long.
Is Rafute different from Hong Shao Ru?
I don't know what Hong Shao Yu is.
Well,
there are lots of braised pork belly dishes in Asian cuisine. In Korean cuisine, there's bosam, which is kind of similar to this. There's twice cooked pork in Sichuan cuisine, which is cooked, it is boiled and then sliced and stir fried, which I can show you guys how to do some other time. But there are many kind of soy sauce, sugar, braised pork recipes. Okay. So as you can see here, we have, producer please, thank you. You just have it on wipe all the time now. We have the pork belly in here. I'm going to just turn this up onto high and we're going to boil this water very quickly.
Different types of wipes, sir.
Excuse me. She's amusing herself. Wash my hands because I had the raw pork belly on there. Wash my cutting board.
They're watching you. Wash the board. You can dance for them while you do it. Yes. Thank you, Moobot, for updating that.
When did Moobot update?
Just now. Andrew did it.
Oh, thank you, Andrew.
Andrew is Moobot.
Okay, so basically what we're going to be doing with this pork belly is we are going to boil it one time for just a couple of minutes, drain the pork belly, clean out the pot, put the pork belly back in, and then simmer it for an hour. Now, the reason why we are going to do the initial boil is this is a technique that is very common in Korean and Japanese cuisine, which is that you remove the impurities. So what you will see is that there is going to be some scum that's going to come out of the pork initially. And you could just leave it in there and try and skim it all off, but frankly, it's just easier to get it all out and to clean the pot. It's like this kind of gross brown foam that gets created. And Korean cuisine loves to boil meat for just a couple of minutes, remove the meat, rinse the pot, put it all back together. And that's when you have the longer braising process.
Yum.
Well, it's not going to look very yum when we do it.
Yeah, you guys can watch it. It's not boiling yet, but, you know. So it's going to look like Riot Games upper management?
Yeah, exactly. Scum.
The scum boil.
But the difference is, unlike Riot Games upper management, the scum gets removed. Right? The scum gets removed here. The scum never gets removed from the Riot Games upper management.
Unfortunate.
Today we're going to be talking a lot about Okinawan cuisine in general, but also some of these individual ingredients. We're not going to do that right now because I have a very strong burner, so this is likely not going to take very long for us to do. But once we get this second boiling started, is when we're gonna do that.
Sting, you can't just skip subtitles, man. You know, it's
You're not here to editorialize, buddy.
I
know what I'm doing.
You write the subtitles. That's all it is, you know. And you're not the one that's going to get the heat for it. It's going to be Monty.
Yeah.
You're just the guy writing the subtitles. You know, it actually, and this has happened before, if there's anything to do with translation that they don't like, they'll just blame it on me anyway. So it's fine. It's fine.
So the other thing we are going to use today is katsuobushi. I forgot this. We are going to make a couple of dashi stocks, both for the braising of the pork as well as the soba broth. So katsuobushi is it's flakes of fermented skipjack tuna. It is one of the core aspects of Japanese cuisine because it is in several different kinds of dashi broths. And dashi stock is incredibly important as a foundational element of Japanese cooking. So we will be using this as well. I forgot that ingredient, sorry.
How's your boil coming? You want to take a look at the scum, guys? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Ooh, we have one concurrent viewer on the YouTube channel.
Shout out to the one viewer.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It might be your mom, honestly. Who is it? Is there a way I could find out?
I don't know.
Participants. No. Is it just us? Is it me? Am I your one concurrent viewer? I don't know how this works.
It's okay. This is just being saved for posterity. The live viewership on the YouTube channel will grow over time. We have to keep the YouTube channel
separate, though.
Separate.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Oh, right. Hi, Light. Viewer number 2. It was Andrew number 1 and Light number 2. What would we do without you guys? Delicious. There it is. Starting to boil now.
Yeah, we will only want this to boil for a couple minutes, but you can see here that we have, let me see if I can enhance. Nice, it worked, just like in the movies. All right, we can see we have some brown scum over here. And this kind of foam is what we're trying to get rid of. See?
I love that you did that because Monty and I have been on this watching 90s action, like conspiracy theory films.
Military thrillers.
Yes. And it's great because, like, in the 90s, they'll just be like, now look at this camera angle. Now enhance, turns, 45-degree angles. And you're like, what? But, you know, it's fun because at the time, you didn't know about the capabilities.
We were watching Enemy of the State, which I don't know if you guys have seen. It's a Will Smith, Gene Hackman movie directed by Tony Scott. Actually a good movie, but it's super funny because Jack Black is in it really early in his career. And there's a scene where Jack Black is working for the CIA, and they're talking about this camera angle of a security camera, and he just goes, you can put this in here, editors. I don't know if you keep my nonsense talk in the edits or not, but there's a scene where Jack Black just goes, enhance, now turn 90 degrees. And so it's like there's a 360 camera in the shop in which Will Smith is in, because the camera literally just turns so they can actually see the bag that he's holding.
They're like, now focus on this part and, like, you know, enhance. Now color block, or, you know, it was like something ridiculous.
It's like 20 times more silly than the normal enhance. I was just shouting. I was like, what is this? A camera that can see around corners? Light doesn't work that way.
It was so good, though.
Light was different in the 90s, though.
I just want to say, it was a great movie.
It was a good movie.
It was a really good
Not
movie.
for that reason, though.
Anime Fred Durst says, and my nerd Fred Durst, I always forget the nerd, sorry about that. I believe that film is the origin of all the zoom and enhance stuff that has come out. Man, 90s were great. Light, I was different in the 90s. Were you born in the 90s?
All right, you can see also some of this junk that's around the edge of the pot. So we don't need to do this for very long, guys. We're just trying to do the initial boil to get rid of that, and then we can go ahead and turn it off. You only need to do it for a minute or two. Let me grab a bowl. And the reason why we rinse this too is because we want to get rid of any of this that is still on the meat. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this in a bowl right now.
You were there for half of the 90s. I see. And in your diapers for even half of that. Got it. That already looks great.
It is pretty raw pork.
It still looks great.
So as you can see, there's a bunch of stuff in there, floating detritus that we're trying to get rid of. Go ahead and pour this into the sink. But as I said, in many recipes you will see on this channel, and if you are cooking a lot of Japanese or Korean food, you're going to find this part of the recipe to be very common.
Hey, Crepo. Why is he pouring the soup in the sink?
That's not soup yet.
No, that was right upper management. I mean, sorry, it was the scum that we boiled out of the pork.
So I'm going to give this a pretty thorough scrubbing with soap and water.
Yeah, and as Sting has said, this is the only time I get to see Riot Upper Management up close. Lucky you, we've got it all.
Yeah. So the pork is going to be pretty hot. I'm going to grab it with tongs, and I'm just going to rinse it off real quick. And return it to the pot.
Rinse and pot. Hey, Crepo, how have you been? God, what time is it in Europe? How are you guys up and watching this?
It's definitely 2 or 3 in the morning. It's 3 in the morning, I think. Okay. So we've cleaned the pot, refilled it with water, and we're gonna go ahead and reboil this now. So cold water, cooled everything off. We will skim this a little bit. There's probably still gonna be some residual amount of that foam.
And we just let it boil forever.
Yep.
Story time with
Yep.
MonteCristo.
Basically, this is going to be an hour. You can do an hour and a half of boiling this. I'm only going to do an hour because I have to boil it again for an hour after that. We'll be doing other stuff during that time, making dashi. But now I can explain ingredients because we have the time.
Huzzah. Well, first off, why don't you tell people why you decided to do this Okinawa theme thing?
I decided to do the Okinawa themed thing. We just got back from Okinawa. We took our son there for his 5th birthday. We had been there previously, but I really found the food in Okinawa to be very interesting. I had never had Okinawan food before being there, and it's a very interesting mishmash of Asian cuisines in general, which I will explain as we move along here. I think one thing that's pretty striking is that Okinawans don't eat a lot of fish, which is not what you expect because it's a pretty small series of islands that they live on. But basically, Okinawa was part of the Ryukyu Kingdom, which was a Chinese vassal state, and then later on a Japanese vassal state. So they early in the development of the Ryukyu Kingdom, they were highly influenced by Chinese food primarily, which is why we're eating pork. And the noodles that are in Okinawan soba are much more similar to Chinese-style noodles than they are to most Japanese-style noodles. And there's just a lot of pork in general, which is kind of weird because of the geography of Okinawa. They also use a lot of ingredients from other Asian countries or other parts of Asia, including Southeast Asia, which we will get to. And so all of this was because they were a trade crossroads, in fact, and because they were a Chinese vassal state, they were given access to Chinese markets, which meant that they were conducting a lot of the trade between Japan and China. It had to pass through Okinawa, and they were also conducting a lot of the trade from Southeast Asia. So it was a major trade hub for hundreds of years. And this led to a lot of cross-pollination of cuisine. And then later on, actually, what ends up happening is that they become very affected by American food, which is funny because after World War II, Okinawa was an American protectorate until the 70s, the 1970s. And Okinawa still has a very large American military base. But what this meant was that a lot of American cuisine ended up coming into and hybridizing with Okinawan food, which means that if you go to Okinawa, you can find highly prevalent examples of taco rice.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what you think it is.
And delicious.
Yeah, it is ground beef with American-style taco seasonings in a rice bowl. So they kind of invented the burrito bowl in a way.
Did you pin the ingredient list?
I did, but it probably went off when the stream went down on Twitch, so I will repin it. It is also in a tab on my laptop.
Taco rice is so good though, guys. Like, I won't lie. Yeah. There you go, guys. Oh, Naja fan pinned it
Thank you.
for you. Thank you very much, sir. Will this all be on a test?
Yes, your Ryukyu Kingdom test.
And are you wearing a tank top?
I am wearing a tank top. I'm wearing an Orion beer tank top
So
that I got.
when we went, the first time we went to Okinawa was for our anniversary. What was it, like our 10th anniversary / baby moon, because it was right before little guy was born. and we still hadn't had a name for him yet. And, you know, we were just joking around. We really enjoyed Okinawa. It was a great time. It's very different culture. Like, it's Japan, but it's not
Sort of.
Tokyo. No, but it's not Tokyo. It doesn't feel like Fukuoka. It felt very different. It's very islandy. And so we were there, and after we came home and we still didn't have a name for the baby, it was like 3 weeks out. And we were joking how Max is a Korean beer name. We're like, oh yeah, Max. And, you know, if we had a daughter, we could name her Tara. We're just joking around about it. And I said, well, why don't we, I don't even know. Like, it was just something to do with beer. And then we were thinking about Orion beer from Okinawa. And I said, well, maybe we could do that. And so we did.
But also because we were thinking about Greek mythology names. I wanted to name him Perseus. Susie said no. So we compromised on the Greek mythological Orion name. Also, Orion is most visible, the constellation, during the winter months. So because he was born in January, that's a time in which Orion is visible in the night sky.
In the northern hemisphere.
In the northern hemisphere, yes.
Where he was born.
Yes.
And also, his Korean name, Ki-Chen, Chen in the Chinese character means bright. So, you know, we have a bright star shining in January. You know, just a lot of things aligned. And so, haha, get it? Aligned stars. So yeah, we named him Orion. So now we have one Japanese beer and one Korean beer son.
And the next son will be Budweiser.
I mean, we do call them Bud. Hey, Bud. Max beer is kind of nasty. Yeah, it is. Orion's okay. I mean, Max isn't terrible.
Orion is actually quite a good beer. I think Orion is the best of the standard Japanese lager.
I think Max is okay. You guys haven't had Cass. Cass is just carbonated water, really.
All Korean beer is terrible. All standard Korean beer is terrible. The standard Japanese beers are much better. The Japanese standard beer power rankings goes like this. Orion, Asahi, what else?
Sapporo,
Kirin. That's the power ranking. Deal with it.
Okay, so would you have said yes if there was a Perseus beer? So why don't you tell them why Perseus or Percy?
No, it's fine. It's fine. That one's fine.
Percy?
Yeah.
It sounds like pussy. I just don't. I'm not a fan of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she doesn't like it.
No, I
the
don't
problem
want
was
my kid
I wanted to name our first kid Percival, which in Korean sounds like pu shitbal, which sounds like fuck in Korean.
Yeah, I don't really want that either. So
That was more reasonable.
yeah,
That was a reasonable take.
Poshibar.
Not sounding good in Korean.
No.
Even though nobody would call him by his English name in Korean because they all have Korean names.
No, but they do, and they call Max Max, and they want to know what their English name is, and then the moment they hear what his English name is, they will 100% call him that.
Yeah, that's true.
So anyway, Orion was a good, it's unique enough, but not so weird he'll be bullied for the rest of his life.
You mean have his character built?
You mean hundreds of dollars in therapy.
That song, A Boy Named Sue, turned out well in the end, didn't it? Johnny Cash?
That's me, A Boy Named Sue. We should do a blind beer tasting stream.
Okay, it's time to explain ingredients. Oh, we should explain this guy first. This is a shisa. These are mythological Okinawan creatures, and they're kind of like the Chinese guardian lions that you guys are probably used to seeing. These are a remnant of Chinese culture. They're kind of like a lion dog, and they're used at the entrances to buildings in pairs to ward off evil spirits, but they are everywhere in Okinawa, and they are not really present in the rest of Japan. So it's a unique, I think, aspect of Okinawan culture. So we have our shisa here as well.
Protecting our stream from evil and audio issues.
Protecting our stream from audio problems. That's why we didn't have any today. It was the shisa. Good job.
Thank you, Shisa.
So that's why we have that there. All right, it is time to explain ingredients while we wait. As you can see, our pork is now bubbling away. I'm going to turn down the heat a little bit, and we are going to wait about an hour for this. Let's see, it's steaming nicely. We have to cook it through, and it's also just like kind of the long cooking time is going to make the meat extremely tender. It's also going to eliminate some of the porky smells and flavors, which is often a goal in Japanese. So in Japanese and Korean cuisine, a lot of the goal of long cooking is to help eliminate very strong pork or fish smells and tastes. And that's why we're going to boil this for a long time. Also make it really, really tender and delicious.
Yeah, Archie, Twitch has been really wonky today for some reason, so sorry you didn't get a notification about it, but welcome.
Has the Twitch stream been having any other issues since it stalled out that one time? That was a Twitch problem, by the way. That was not a...
That wasn't our technical issue. It wasn't us.
YouTube didn't skip a beat. So.
No. YouTube is fine, except now we have no viewers on it. But it's okay. It's okay. We are...
It's being recorded for posterity's sake. Okay, let us talk about a bunch of Japanese cooking techniques and ingredients. This will be also useful for future Japanese food that we do, including Japanese food that we will be doing later this week and next week. Look at it bubbling.
I'm really hungry again. Maybe I'll have some cereal.
That doesn't sound annoying to eat on stream. I recommend not doing that.
All right. I thought everyone's here for the ASMR.
All right, let us discuss.
So why don't you put a lid on your pork?
It doesn't matter. If I need to add more water, I can. I want to watch it. We're not trying to save the sauce. I mean, we are actually going to save the pork water a little bit, but I can just top it up as it continues to cook. I mean, you can if you want to. It's not going to affect really anything here.
Is it true Okinawa is more like the U.S. in regards of just having roads and very little transportation?
Yeah, the public transportation is terrible. You have to rent a car when you go there.
Yeah. But it's even though they drive on the other side of the road, which is weird because you would think U.S. occupation, they would drive like normal people. Maybe it's like a Japan-wide, like everyone has to drive on the left.
Well, in Okinawa, they actually did drive on the right side of the road up until the 1970s, and then they switched when they came back under Japanese control back to driving on the left side of the road. So it was within the last 50 years they changed. But regardless, public transportation probably wouldn't be that effective in Okinawa because there's not...
F, YouTube, and... Okay, YouTube's back.
I see the Twitch stream, guys.
No, it's going around in circles. It says it's offline again. Okay, that one's back. And YouTube is back. And Naja Fan is on it, pinning the thingy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. We'll go back to boiling stream. Okay, so Monty, you're going to have to answer the transportation question again.
Oh, there just aren't that many people on Okinawa, and there's never a lot of traffic, so it just kind of makes sense to drive cars. I mean, there are buses and things. But there's no, as far as I know, there's no trains. I never saw one.
No. It reminds me of Hawaii in that there's just this big road that goes around and then a couple of roads that connect in the middle.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The highway is very empty.
Yeah, but anyway, even driving on the left side of the road wasn't that hard for Monty anyway, because you're usually on a highway where everyone's going the same direction. There is a train now?
Maybe. It probably goes between some of the bigger cities, but we also like to drive around and go to some of the smaller spots and have that freedom. I'm just going to skim a little bit of the stuff off the top here, as you can see. I'll probably strain this later. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Keep you in suspense.
It says, look into a service called IRL Toolkit. They give you a server to stream to, what is that? Server to stream to that, and then it streams to Twitch.
Yeah,
and if something
YouTube.
happens, then it just, like a be right back, and then it just keeps running.
Okay, we'll check it out. Okay, so.
There's a monorail.
Monorail.
Monorail. Monorail.
There might be in Naha, guys. Anyway, I don't want to get into it. Rent a car if you go to Okinawa. That's the answer.
It's cheap. Just rent a car.
It's cheap. Just rent a car. If you want to be able to do anything.
But you need an international driver license.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enough. Enough of your nonsense, Twitch chat. Time for my nonsense. This is Okinawan black sugar. This has been powdered. And this is a big nug that we can break apart with the heel of our knife. So it ends up crumbling like this. Now, what, you might ask, makes Okinawan sugar different from other kinds of sugar? And the answer is that granulated sugar, white sugar, is refined sugar. And what that means is when you take sugar beets or sugar cane and you process the sugar by boiling the juice, and then you can separate what's called molasses from the white sugar, and that makes a cleaner sugar. Why you want light white sugar is because it doesn't have any of the flavor of the molasses, which can taste burnt, malty, caramelized, right? And what brown sugar is white sugar that then has the separated molasses put back into it. So you can use dark brown sugar as a substitute. It's not really going to have exactly the same depth of flavor. It also isn't going to have a lot of the minerals, which are healthy for you, that this kind of sugar has. But this kind of sugar has a very distinct, kind of even more intense than normal brown sugar, caramelized flavor. This is most similar, if you cannot get Okinawan black sugar, to Muscovado sugar.
What is that?
It is a Caribbean-created sugar that uses the entire sugar cane and has a similar process. The way that Okinawan black sugar is made is that sugar cane is pressed so that the juice is all captured and it's crushed in a machine. The juice is then taken and slowly simmered for hours and hours and hours to thicken it. It is then cooled and then turned into this sugar. This sugar is, look, sugar is not healthy for you, but this sugar is going to be considerably more healthy for you in the way that white rice is a refined rice and brown rice has all of the, well, it's sort of the same. Brown rice has the whole kernel of the rice, right, with the husk and everything, or the bran, I should say, excuse me, the bran. And it's keeping all of the nutrients intact. There's going to be more healthy vitamins and minerals in this rice, but it does have a very strong flavor.
In the sugar.
In the sugar. So that's what Okinawan black sugar is. You can buy this on Amazon. It is a famous product of Okinawa to the degree that in Asia, it's pretty highly coveted, not only in Japan, but also in China, Korea. You will see bubble tea with Okinawan black sugar in it. It is a point of advertisement because it does have a distinct, very delicious flavor to it. And it is considered to be a healthier form of sugar, as healthy as sugar can be. Here, you can try some, Susie. You can tell me what it tastes like.
We have pieces of the Okinawan sugar candy.
Yeah, we have candy as well. They make it into candy also. But it is very good just on its own.
Yeah, but you know, the candy is literally just hardened pieces of the sugar.
Yeah, it's more like a resin that's been hardened, as opposed to this, which just falls apart. So it is delicious, though, and that's what Okinawan black sugar is. It's very nice. You can use it in place of brown sugar in other recipes if you're looking for a more intense flavor.
Archie says it looks like sugarcane jaggery.
Sure. If that's raw sugarcane juice that's been boiled and...
Yeah, apparently there's an Indian sugar that's similar like that.
This is a more primal form of sugar. This is how people would have known sugar before we had the capacity to refine it into white sugar, right? And the reason why you have white sugar is, let's say I'm a baker and I want to make a cookie or a cake, but I don't want it to have a very strong caramelized, burnt flavor, which frequently you do not want it to have, even though it is delicious on its own. You don't want everything to taste like that. That's why refined sugar exists, so you can get the sweetness without actually introducing a lot of flavors you don't want. But in this case, we want the flavor, and the flavor is delicious. And Susie's just eating sugar now.
Your fault for bringing it to me. Take it back. Here, take it away from me, please. I like these sugar, the chunk one. Good.
Anyway, buy it online.
And you could eat it as a snack, like me.
Do not recommend. Okay.
I totally do recommend. It's delicious. New Jack City LOL is now following. Hello, and welcome to our stream. Let's check in on the pork.
Just flipping it.
Oh my gosh, this is as fun as watching a pop boil.
That's why we're doing other things while we wait. Okay, let's talk about awamorei. Awamorei is a kind of distilled rice liquor. Wow. Wow.
Much wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow. This is what we got to do while we're waiting for pork to boil, guys. Wow. Everybody wow in the chat. Wow.
Wow.
So how is awamorei different than sake? I will get you some sake. We got nothing better to do, guys.
The wow train. The Owen Wilson stream. Oh yeah, when did you get that? Oh yeah, we got that at Costco.
Here we go. Here's some sake. It is not very expensive sake. This is sake I intend to use for cooking. It is 2 liters, in fact, of sake. We'll be using this on future streams. So, what is the difference between awamorei and sake?
Ta-da!
Ta-da! First off, sake is a brewed rice. It is like beer in that it is brewed instead of distilled. And that is an important distinction to make. It is going to be significantly less alcoholic, probably around half as alcoholic. The awamorei is distilled, And that is going to mean this is 35%, so it's a little bit less than you might see for a commercial vodka or whiskey. They are also made out of different kinds of rice. This is made out of japonica rice, which is Japanese short grain rice, which is what you would typically associate with sushi or any kind of Japanese cuisine that you've probably eaten. Similar to Korean, it's probably the same, honestly. I don't technically know if it's the same as Korean short grain rice, but I suspect it's the same. It's very similar. This, however, is made out of Thai rice, okay? And you may ask, why would they be making alcohol out of Thai rice instead of Japanese rice in Okinawa? And as I said earlier with Okinawa, they have a history of trade throughout Southeast Asia. So what they did was they decided that Thai rice was actually going to be the best kind of rice to use for this. So it is a longer grain rice that is used to ferment and then distill this into a higher proof. And this is typically aged, and it's typically drunk with ice or with a side of water, like scotch, so you can dilute it to your preference on Okinawa. So it is similar, it is a kind of liquor, as opposed to this, which is brewed. It's much more similar to a high-proof rice beer. That's the basic. I'm sure I just made a bunch of Japanese people really mad. That is the basic difference between these two things, is different ingredients, different production process. Really, the only similarity is they both use rice, but they don't even use the same style of rice, right? But they can be substituted. If you do not have awamori and you do not have sake, use vodka. Just use vodka. It's going to be similar in proof to this, and it's going to be a neutral tasting alcohol. Now your next question is, why would we use awamori or sake or vodka in the cooking of our food later on? It is not currently in with the pork that we are boiling. It is going to be going into the braising liquid that we make with dashi, the katsuobushi stock, with our next boiling, okay? And the reason why we do this, and the reason why a lot of sake is in Japanese cooking in general, is because it removes some of the porky or fishy smells and flavors that may overpower the dish. A lot of Japanese cuisine is about simplicity, and it's about having clean tasting food and subtlety. And so they don't like it when you have a lot of very strong pork or fish flavors. So it's effective at removing those flavors. It will also tenderize the meat. It will not be alcoholic because alcohol has a lower boiling point than water, which means we are going to boil off all of the alcohol that is associated with this. So it will not have, okay, technically it might have a very, 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 very low alcohol content, but it's not going to be alcoholic in any practical way.
So we could feed it to the baby and he'll get drunk?
No, sadly.
Is awamori available in the U.S. as sake, or like, is this something you have to order, or?
You can probably find it at a very large liquor store, is going to be my guess. You can definitely order it online in America. Sake will be much easier to get. Sake will be available, a cheap sake for cooking will be available at your local liquor store, or if you're in California,
maybe like an H
grocery
Mart,
store.
an Asian mart.
It depends on the state you're in and whether they're able.
That's true.
It has to. It is hard liquor. This would be classified as hard liquor, so you will only be able to buy this at a place that sells hard liquor, and that will depend state by state in America. In California, no problem. Go to your grocery store. In other states, maybe a problem. So awamori also, and sake in Japanese cooking, they will introduce umami flavors. The reason why we use, at many cultures, Chinese use cooking wine like Shaoxing wine, French cuisine obviously uses wine, Italian cuisine uses red or white wine within their cooking, is that it gives a lot of umami flavor. You are going to get a lot of flavor from cooking and reducing alcohols within your food. Last night, I made a ragu sauce where I used red wine, right? I deglaze the pan with red wine. You get all the depth of flavor of the red wine with none of the alcohol. And it's very similar here. So those are the goals, the primary goals of cooking with sake or cooking with awamori, is that we are going to remove unwanted fishy or pork smells and tastes. We will tenderize our meat, and we are going to add umami flavoring to the dish.
What if you don't have vodka? I'm kidding.
Guys, look, I never recommend having vodka unless you're making a vodka sauce in Italian food. I think vodka is trash. But, so I would just say go buy some awamori or sake, which is better, more delicious. Vodka is intended to taste like nothing. It is hot garbage.
It does taste like something, though.
Get some gin
Yeah.
instead. Get gin. Drink gin. Drink gin, drink whiskey. That's my advice to you.
Get some Everclear.
Oh, God. Make yourself a jungle juice if you're in a frat.
Everclear.
So there you go. There's your awamori education. Let's talk about this now.
Okay. Which camera would you like? Let's go to 2. I'm going to go to 2.
This is katsuobushi. This is skipjack tuna flakes. It is a core aspect of Japanese cooking because what it does is not only is it used as a topping, which you might have seen on Japanese dishes, but more importantly, it is used to create some of the kinds of dashi stock that are typically used.
This is the stuff you would put on top of takoyakis, right?
Yes, it would be on top of takoyaki. But really the most important aspect of katsuobushi is that it is used to create some of the kinds of dashi stock that are the real underpinnings of Japanese cuisine. It is used to create miso soup. It is the base of miso soup alongside kombu, which is seaweed. It's a dried kelp, excuse me. Kombu is a kind of kelp. And that kelp is very briefly boiled or simmered with the katsuobushi, which is also called bonito fish flakes. You might find that in English. It is not actually made from the bonito fish. As we understand it in English, it is made from skipjack tuna, which is called bonito in Japanese, but the bonito fish is a different fish in English. I know it's very confusing. Just call it katsuobushi. That is not confusing. This is the basis of what we're going to do today with it is we are going to make both part of the base of our Okinawan soba and the base of the braising liquid in which we are going to finish the pork belly. So we will have to make what is effectively a double batch of this in order to finish our food today. We are not going to be using kombu. That's not what this recipe calls for. There are several different kinds of dashi stock. Some of them are just katsuobushi. Some of them are katsuobushi and kombu, which is what you would usually make miso soup out of. Some of them are just kombu. Some of them have other ingredients in them. So dashi is a pretty broad term for stock, and which one you make is going to depend on what the goals of the final dish are and in terms of flavor. But this is what we'll be using. It is incredibly important to Japanese cuisine. You will find this absolutely anywhere. You might find it in a normal grocery store in an Asian food section. You will definitely find it at any Asian food store. You can buy it online. It doesn't go bad, right? It's dried. It is fermented dried fish flakes. And what they do is they age the skipjack tuna, dry it, and then shave it. They shave the fish flakes off of it. And this is 50 grams. We'll be using basically all 50 grams of this today. We'll be using what? Yeah, 50 grams, about 45 grams of it today. Because we're making quite a bit of dashi, because we're making both the stock in which we're going to make the Okinawan soba, and we are going to use it for the braising liquid for the rafute. You should always have this in your pantry if you make Japanese food. That's it.
Woohoo!
It's an essential ingredient. Okay. I know. This is very thrilling.
So,
pork boiling.
Professor Christo,
Yes?
when is the final? When's the final exam?
At the end of our Japanese food arc.
Should
here
I
on
have
Continue
been taking
Cooking.
notes, sir?
Okay. Now we're going to talk about noodles. This is instant. This is instant Okinawan soba. Okay, I got this in Okinawa. You can see there are noodles here, and there are packets of soup. We are going to use only the noodles and not the packet of soup today. This is hard to get, okay? I cannot buy this, as far as I can tell, in Korea, or at least I can't obtain it easily. There may be some physical store somewhere that sells Japanese food where I might be able to buy this. I could not find it online. You can find Okinawan soba on Amazon in America, okay?
What if we reverse Google image search that? I'm not even joking.
Maybe. There is a brand that makes it. If you look for Okinawan soba and you are on Amazon in America, you will be able to find this. Because I can't, one thing you can do, or if this is too much of a pain in the butt for you, is to instead acquire this, which is dried udon. This is a Korean brand. It says udon here, which is the name of udon. It is a dried noodle that we can make, and it makes. I made it this way last time. It makes good noodle soup. We don't really have to worry about it. I will show you a different kind of udon that is going to be too thick.
What if you don't have that? Can we just use pasta?
Whatever, you guys do what you want. This is frozen udon, which is typically used in Japanese food in Korea to make the normal udon soup at home. This is going to be too thick of a noodle, so I don't like to use this. You could use this. I mean, let's be honest, it's noodle soup. You could use whatever you want, it's fine.
So spaghetti?
You know what, you try that and send me a picture, and we'll see how it looks, all right?
Spaghetti, or maybe that's a little too thin, so linguine.
Oh, yeah. All right, so let us talk about the difference between these two things. So here is a packet of the soba that I got from Okinawa. Now you can see the primary difference is that the noodles that are used in Okinawan soba are not what you might think of as Japanese soba noodles, which are buckwheat noodles.
The fettuccine sensei is now following us.
Thank you.
They just wanted to be a part of the noodle conversation.
Fettuccine sensei, you can use, since you are Japanese, clearly
The noodle conversation.
you can use your Italian fettuccine noodles, sensei, in your Okinawan soba. What a perfect name for this time. All right, so let us talk about the difference between these noodles, because these are a Japanese style noodle, and these are more of a Chinese style noodle. And they have egg in them, which is why you see this slight yellow. We could make our own Okinawa soba noodles, guys. That would require us making ash, so I would have to burn a bunch of wood to put ash in it. I don't feel like doing that.
Don't we need to have a KitchenAid mixer with like a...
No,
No, okay.
not for pasta. I mean, to roll, the KitchenAid mixer is useful for flattening the pasta. You could do it manually. It's just going to be less even in terms of its thickness. But the Okinawan soba is different. If you have a hard time getting the Okinawan soba noodles, I understand. I would recommend you get dried udon noodles, which you can find at an Asian grocery store. But in the States, you may be able to find this as well. I've never tried to look, but I do know there is a company that makes instant with the soup packets Okinawan soba soup that I found on Amazon, so it is possible to get this. It was just hard for me to get it in Korea, so I got it directly from Okinawa.
Why do you need ash?
So it's a base. I don't really know why in these noodles you would need ash to create authentic Okinawan soba noodles. It will definitely change the pH of the noodles, and also it'll probably add some texture and flavor to it. I have never made the Okinawan soba noodles, nor am I an expert on their creation, so I don't know is the answer. Just that's what I've seen in the recipes that are available to me. Pick one of these, use it.
Sound is a little delayed now.
Great.
We could be like one of those
So
dubbed Chinese movies.
So, guys, is the sound delayed for all of you? That might be a Twitch desyncing issue. Try and refresh your Twitch. We'll start there.
Damp Flock says, you're an expert in league. I respect your opinion, but I followed you yesterday and you used ketchup. Please don't use ketchup. My heart. It's super funny as a European how you cook. However, Mr. European, that's
I
how
was
the
making Japanese curry from a recipe from a Japanese person.
That's how they cook. So, as a European,
I used a tablespoon of ketchup in a giant pot of curry. Get it together. It was a tablespoon, dude.
Oh, it's still delayed. Refreshed Twitch. But it's twitched. And it says the Okinawa idol is not working. Our audio issues are back.
Is it delayed for everybody?
It's desync on YouTube as well, says Naja Fan. I haven't touched anything.
There's not going to be a solution to this that doesn't involve rebooting the stream.
The whole stream. Damn Flock, it's okay. Your heart can handle it. Your heart can handle a little bit of ketchup because that's what it calls for. You could put in whatever European sauce that makes your heart flutter differently.
Were you also offended by the Worcestershire sauce I put in it? What offends you?
I don't know.
Which part of it? Was the soy sauce also offensive?
The delay is significant, says Crepo.
Okay, well, I guess we're rebooting.
All right, guys, we are rebooting. That's so weird. But it wasn't like that from the start, right, guys?
No, it wasn't. All right.
Okay, are we back? Is everything okay? Are we synced?
Well, I won't be able to tell until I stand here and start talking. Luckily,
like I said, you could do the Chinese dubbing thing where you just move your mouth and then talk later and then throw everyone off.
The nice thing is that, all right, we're back. It was almost certainly just an encoding issue, guys. There's no physical reason that would be happening right now.
Kiss the Stuffy. Thank the Stuffy for no bigger reason.
Thank you, Shisa. She said it wasn't you. It was bad Twitch.
It was bad Twitch. Would you say Twitch twitched?
I was adding a little bit more water to this.
Let's take a look at it.
I'll just stop boiling because I added some more water.
Pork.
You can see some of the scum and fat coming off as well. Part of this process is that it will boil off some of the fat, so it'll make it's still gonna have tons of fat because it's pork belly, guys. So don't worry. But we're making it healthier. Don't worry, our sugar pork belly is gonna be really healthy, guys.
Yeah, wait. I thought you were doing this cooking stream to help people cook better for themselves.
Look, Susie, you guys can admit it. This pork belly, this sugar pork belly, is still going to be healthier than a lot of the garbage you eat, isn't it? Isn't it? I see you, guy, with your hamburger, your fast food. Who's eating potato chips right now? Some of you. Be honest with yourselves. And at the end of the day, this is still cooking from whole ingredients from scratch.
This is a good stream to do homework to. Eat Luxury, where are you? That you are doing homework at this hour.
U.S. probably?
Maybe.
The evening in the U.S. That seems really reasonable.
How do you cook your pork? Boiled and then seared?
We're not searing this pork, guys.
Not this one. This is...
So you could, at the end of this, hit it with I probably should have bought this before this stream. I forgot, guys. You can hit it with a culinary torch, so a handheld torch like you might use to make creme brulee to give it a little color. You could put it under your broiler for a small amount of time. But the purpose of this is not to have a seared pork belly. It is to have a very juicy, tender pork belly that has absorbed all of the flavor of the braising liquid. All right, you guys, now we're going to get into, we've got nothing better to do while we stand here. We're going to get into delightful Japanese cooking techniques. This is called, you ready? This is called an otoshibuta, okay? Whoop.
Flip it.
Whoops, I'll drop it. Make a clang. Otoshibuta. This is, in English, what is called a Japanese drop cooking lid.
Because you dropped it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Mine is made out of wood. You will be able to find these made out of, some are going to be made out of metal. Some are going to be made out of silicone. I'm going to show you how to make yours from scratch at home. However, mine needs to be put in water right now and soaked. It needs to be pre-soaked. So I am going to pre-soak my otoshibuta because otherwise it will start to take on the color of the braising liquid. So I want to saturate the wood prior to the braising so that the braising liquid doesn't go in there and affect its taste, because I will use it for future dishes, affect the color of it for aesthetic reasons only. But really we just don't want it soaking up a lot of that braising liquid, and the next time I use it, that affects the flavor of future food. So we need to saturate the wood first. If you have, obviously, if you have a metal or a silicone one, you do not have to do this part of the process. This is the most authentic one, though, and I'll talk about why you need one of these. So as you can see, it is made out of wood. So it is going to float on the surface of the water or whatever liquid is in your pot. So why don't you just use a covered lid, for example? If I will be cooking this in a Dutch oven, an enamel Dutch oven, why don't I just cover the pot? And the reason is the drop lid is going to do different things for us when it comes to cooking food. First off, if the liquid does not cover what you are cooking entirely, so perhaps there is a small amount of liquid within the pot, and it is resting instead on top of the pork belly that we're going to be using. Now, our pork belly is going to be completely covered, but in our hypothetical example, instead of sitting on top of the liquid, this is sitting on top of some ingredient that's in our pot. What this is going to do is, as the liquid evaporates, it will condense on the top of the drop lid, and then it will then fall like rain back into the pot, and it will circulate the liquid within the pot. So it serves the same purpose as a lid on top in that it's not letting the liquid evaporate, right? And so we're keeping the liquid in there. We are not reducing the liquid, but it is going to circulate that liquid directly on top of our ingredient, and it is going to infuse more flavor within that dish. It's very useful for that. But for today, the primary purpose is if you have your ingredients and they are all within the pot, and this is floating on top of the liquid, like this is floating on top of the water right now, is that it's going to prevent the pieces of pork or other ingredients that you might have from moving within the pot while it is simmering. And also, it is going to serve like a lid does, where we're not going to have as much of a reduction or evaporation of the liquid. So we are going to keep approximately the same amount of liquid within the pot because we want that braising liquid there. We don't want to have to refill it constantly. But it is also going to keep the pieces of pork relatively immobile. Instead of, in a simmering pot, you'll see all the ingredients like moving a little bit. If you're boiling it, they'll be bouncing all around the pot. Now, why don't we want it all moving and bouncing around the pot? This pork is going to be very tender, and this is going to help it so it doesn't fall apart in the pot. And that is why this is actually very useful in a variety of other cuisines that you could be making as a tool. Because if you are trying to keep a chunk of something intact during a very long braising process, This will be very useful because it's not going to allow the object within the pot to move and slowly break apart over time. So it'll allow us to keep our pork intact and beautiful and exactly how we want it. So
if you LARP, can I use my wooden shield to...
You can, like this.
Okay. I can use it as a
You can
wooden
block.
shield?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. So that is the otoshibuta. You can buy them, like I said, in metal. The metal will be perforated. It will sit on top. And the nice thing about the metal ones is they're light and they can expand to fit many different sizes of pots. This actually fits this bowl perfectly, but it's not going to fit my enameled cast iron perfectly, which is probably offensive to some Japanese people somewhere. Usually you would have a large number of different size diameters otoshibuta in wood. The metal ones are cool because they can expand to fit the size of your pot, so you kind of only need one. As such, this is a little small for my enameled cast iron. There will be slightly more evaporation, but we will collect all of the pork underneath it, so it'll still do a good job. Don't worry about that. Okay, you do not have an otoshibuta, I would imagine, but you can make one, and I will show you how. Because this is what we do when we are waiting for pork to boil. All right, here we go.
Because all the other parts of today's meal will take...
Forever.
No, minus the pork. You said the rest of the stuff won't take very long.
That's true. What we're going to get out of the pork is a nice pork broth for our soba, and then we are going to then mix that with the katsuo bushi dashi. So you can make your own droplet out of, ta-da, tin foil. Ooh. So what you're going to do is just match it to your pot that you're going to be using, like I am doing right now.
Can you use a plate?
The plate will probably be too heavy. I guess it depends on how heavy your plate is.
Like one of those Corel plates that are not very heavy. Would you be able to use one of those?
Probably. I don't know what putting one of those in boiling water does.
Corels are invincible.
Okay, maybe. I would just use a piece of tin foil.
Okay.
So as you can see here, I am shaping. You can't see it because Susie refuses to show it to you. Sorry. As you can't see, because of my producer. So we now have this circular piece of tin foil that we've shaped to the inside of our pot.
It reminds me of those boats that you make that I did in chemistry class. I don't know. We used to make little boats with tinfoil in chemistry class.
What year was that, Susie?
1997.
Raise your hand in chat if you were born in later than 1997, in the year 1997 or later. Cool story, Susie. It's very relatable to people, I'm sure.
No, we used to do this and make little boats and then put pennies on it to see like how it would float and if you can get your piece
in chemistry?
Yeah, I remember it was in chemistry. Or maybe it was
physics.
Maybe it was physics. Maybe it was physics. Whatever. Circa 96, 97.
All right, back to our homemade otoshibuta. So you have made a circle now out of tin foil, and then you're going to stab it with a knife.
Guys, I didn't do well in chemistry or physics, so whatever. It's all the same, honestly. IW Diddy Mate says, greetings from Iceland. If I send you rotten shark...
No, I hate that.
Will you eat it?
No. I have had that before. That is the worst food I have ever eaten. I will never eat that again. No. You keep your rotten shark on your crap island.
After the dish, it can double as a hat.
So I stabbed a couple holes in it just so that we have some, it'll release some of the steam. Usually, like in this, you'll see some of the steam around the edges. You probably don't need as many holes as I have right here, but this is basically going to be the same It's not going to have the same weight. Obviously, this is going to be slightly heavier, but this will do the job in a pinch. Or if you don't feel like buying your own otoshi buta, if perhaps you're like, I just want to try this. I'm not committed to making Japanese food at the current point in time. Maybe you don't want one of these. These are not expensive, by the way. I think this is made out of bamboo.
And again, guys, it can double as a wooden shield. What's not to love?
That's right. So this is how you make your own. That'll probably be like a YouTube short, guys. How do I make my own otoshi buta? Well, here you go. I made one for
Ta-da!
you. Ta-da! All kinds of cooking arts and crafts on the stream today. Okay.
Oh my gosh, we have more than one concurrent viewer on the YouTube channel.
Yes!
Woohoo!
Shout out. People are finding the YouTube channel slowly.
Well, some of the suggestions was maybe we should pin it to, if people go to your other channel looking for it, you could also just be like, go here to this place instead.
I'm sure they'll figure it out eventually. You guys are smart, right? I have smart viewers, erudite viewers.
Erudite viewers.
All right, we're going to talk about soba again.
Could you use the lid from a bamboo steamer if you already have a bamboo steamer?
Probably.
Just soak it in water first so that it doesn't...
Yeah, soak it in water first. What you need is something with a flat bottom that is going to hold things in place. Because if it has any kind of curved lid to it, you're going to have trouble because the stuff is still going to float around and bump into each other underneath it, which is defeating the purpose of doing this. And at that point in time, you might as well just use the actual lid to whatever kind of braising vessel that you're using.
Will you be making a sandwich your namesake?
No, I hate MonteCristo's sandwiches. Also, I would have to deep fry it, and that is really annoying, and I typically don't like deep frying things. If you want deep fried food, just go to a restaurant. They have a deep fryer. I don't want to deep fry things in a Dutch oven, guys.
We're trying to keep things healthy here, remember, guys?
I did make that curry katsu last stream, and that is literally just fried breaded pork with a sauce that includes a stick of butter. Not good for you. It's fried food dipped in butter. Delicious. It's really good.
We ate, and then he made it again on Friday because we had guests over and we had all that curry, so shared it. And my friend literally was just like, I had to call my mom and tell her how good it was. Delicious.
Pork is still going here.
Fire Element. Welcome to, he's the only one that really goes on YouTube.
Yes, welcome back, Fire Element.
So thanks for being one of our 6 concurrent viewers. Woohoo!
It's growing.
Oh my God, it doubled.
Let's take a look at this.
All right, let's look at it.
Okay. As you can see here, this is what happens when you're going to be boiling pork belly. This is going to be true whether or not you do this for Chinese food. This is a technique we're going to be using if we make bossam in Korean food. It's a technique we're going to be using if we make twice cooked pork, which is a kind of Sichuan stir-fried dish. When you boil it, it's going to plump up compared to what we had earlier. And you can also see we want the skin on because the skin is going to turn kind of gelatinous over time. And then we also have this nice fat layer underneath the skin. So you have these layers of fat, which is why Koreans call pork belly samgyeopsal, typically, which is three layers, right? Sometimes you get gyeopsal, which is 5 layers of fat.
That's so good.
So we have the different layers right here of the pork belly. It's going to plump up and it's going to increase in height. So you notice that it is taller than it was before when we started this. And we cut it initially. We are going to have to cool this somewhat to, cut it some more. We are going to be cutting it like this, 2 or 3 centimeters, so it's edible and easily pulled apart with chopsticks. That's kind of where we're getting to here. So we cut it into pieces this size to get the first boiling done, and we are going to be saving this liquid because this is very valuable pork juice that we are going to turn into our soba stock. And we are then going to take this, cut it a little bit thinner, and then put all those chunks back into this pot and with the dashi, and we will make our delightful braising liquid.
Any Scandinavian food? You know what we should do? Okay. I know we're doing Japan right now, but what we should do is have a poll. Like, get a couple of ideas and then, like, make a poll and see what people want to see.
Sure.
Or we can go to IKEA and get some meatballs.
Look, my family is Norwegian. I have been unfairly subjected to eating lutefisk for a large portion of my life. Lutefisk is also disgusting. It is not as disgusting as Icelandic shark. Not by a long shot. Can I have the camera, please? Thank you. We are going to talk about soba really quickly. And this, you might be saying, doesn't look like soba. And that is true. This is not a buckwheat noodle like you might consider soba. As I understand it, and I am sorry if I'm wrong about this, the definition of soba has been changing according to the official what is food, food classifications by the Japanese government. Okinawa soba is now considered a soba. The definition has expanded to yakisoba, which is also a stir-fried noodle that is not made with buckwheat. So now noodles, soba, can be officially recognized as either yakisoba style noodles, Okinawa style soba noodles, or traditional buckwheat style soba noodles. I am sure at some point in time we will be making traditional buckwheat soba noodles on this stream. It will not be in this current, I don't have that planned right now. There are similar styles of buckwheat noodles that we might be making in Korea called maeo, right? Maeo? Maeo.
네.
The buckwheat noodles, the Korean buckwheat.
모밀.
Momia, sorry.
모밀. 밀 being
Momia, sorry.
the flour.
Yeah. Momia is the kind of buckwheat flour. It is also a staple of traditional Korean cuisine. But this is still soba. Do not be confused by the fact that it is unlike soba that you may have seen.
How do you prevent the pork from overcooking and toughening?
It's not going to do that.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Don't cook it for 2 days. In fact, I am probably going to, make this a little bit less tender than I would like in the interest of time. I would probably boil this for maybe an hour and a half or simmer this for an hour and a half if I were doing this for my own personal purposes. But in the interest of time, I'm probably going to just cut this short at about an hour here. It's been going for about an hour already. Before we cut that short,
one of you guys can go back and let us know how long it's been since we put it in there.
hold up. All right.
We're back. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, that should be it.
Okay, that's back.
Everything should be back.
Okay.
The stream never went down.
Oh, okay. Is it in sync?
In sync. Bye, bye, bye.
Try it. Okay, we good. Saved. Every day it's something, Christopher.
Every day. All right, so what we're going to do for our dashi is we're going to measure out, we're going to make our first batch of dashi. We'll be making this twice. I'm going to be measuring out 30 grams of this, which is going to be over half this bag.
Ooh, that's a great first chat. He said, it's going to be May. Which, yes, it is.
It is going to be May. So this should be about an ounce if you are using freedom units. An ounce of the katsuobushi. It'll be over half this bag. As you can see here, we are at 29 grams, 30 grams. So 30 grams of this is going to make us 4 cups.
This is called these are fish flakes.
Katsuobushi. Okay, this is 4 cups of water or a liter. They're approximately the same. I know they are slightly different, but for our purposes, they are the same. We're going to put our 4 cups of water. In here, and we're just going to boil our water on a second burner. I will show you what that looks like in a little bit, guys. We just need to boil this water first. We are kind of going to steep the fish flakes as though they are tea. So we are going to want to bring this up to a simmer, or just like barely boiling. We are going to put them into the pot and simmer them for maybe just a few seconds, like 10 seconds. Maybe not at all, in fact. And then we are going to let them turn off the heat and let them sit in there and steep and give their umami fish goodness into the water. We will then strain them out, and that will be our katsuobushi dashi.
How illegal is it to use fish sauce instead of the fish flakes?
Get out. Get out of my stream. Get out. All right, it's been a little bit over an hour for our pork, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this off right now. And I'm going to remove our pork, and I'm going to let it cool down a little bit so I can handle it to cut it.
Can we eat it just like that?
Yes. It won't taste like anything. It has no salt in it. It is pork that has been boiled in water. Okay. So here's what we end up with. We end up with pork water and pork. You can let this sit out. If you want to cover it in tin foil so it doesn't dry out at all, you can. We're not going to be letting it sit that long. You can put it in a container, an airtight container, or cover it with tin foil and put it in the fridge so that it's easier to slice. That is a technique we'll be using with twice cooked pork at some point in time because we want to slice it very thinly. It's not such a big deal because we're cutting this into larger chunks this time, so it doesn't need to be cold in order to get thin slices. That's not going to be necessary. I just wanted to get it a little bit cooler so I can touch it easily with my hands, although I can kind of do that already. We'll just let it sit there for a minute. I'm just going to move my dashi pot over here. I'm going to take this out. And you do not have to do this step if you don't want to. I am just going to strain this with a fine mesh strainer into this bowl. It doesn't have to be strained. This is purely for aesthetic reasons, to take out some of the little pork pieces that are in here and make a clearer broth. You can just keep it if you want it. As you can see, we successfully removed some of the pork bits, and we now end up with
a clear broth.
A clearer broth. There's a little fat floating on the surface, so.
Can we just eat this as posam right now? I guess we could
So bosam is different because, hold on, let me just wash this real quick, guys, and I'll explain.
Yeah, because I can bite into that with kimchi right now. Looks good.
Sorry, we're changing out pots. I have to wash this pot because I'm going to use it for the noodles. Actually, I'm not going to use it for the noodles. I'm just doing it. Just kidding. I decided not to use it right now. But you know what, Susie?
What?
I will have you do a noodle taste test where I make both kinds of noodles.
And spaghetti.
No.
Why not? I want to let the viewers know if it's a viable option.
I don't want to cook 3 kinds of noodles.
But I want to eat 3 kinds of noodles.
This is already going to take long enough, I fear.
Yeah, damp flock, the fish flakes, they're really easy to find.
Yeah, extremely easy to find. Buy them online, they last forever. No worries.
We should do 4 different types of noodles.
Okay, next time. All right, so here is our simmering pot for the dashi. It's actually like boiling now. I'm just going to turn down the heat a little bit. Let it cool down just slightly. Not that much. I turned the burner off accidentally. Okay. I'm going to put our fish flakes in here. I'm going to give this a quick stir. And we will let it simmer for a very small amount of time, maybe 15 seconds or so. 10, 15 seconds. The reason why we don't want to boil this or simmer it for very long is that it can get quite bitter. Okay, I'm turning off the heat now. And what we are going to be doing is straining the fish flakes out. I'm going to remove this from the heat and just let it sit for a moment while we do our other stuff. We will save our pork broth for when we create the base of the Okinawa Soba. We do not need that for this part, which is simply making the Rafute, which is the braising liquid. These have cooled down enough now that I can touch them. It's going to feel pretty hard on the meatier parts and pretty rubbery on the fattier parts, but we're in a good place to go ahead and slice these. You probably want them like, I don't know, 3 centimeters. What size? It depends on what size you want to eat. What do you think, Susie? Is this a good size?
Sure. I mean, it's going to be so soft, and it'll just melt in your mouth anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Just cutting around some of the bones here.
Is steeping the fish flakes like rehydrating salmon or something?
No, because we're not going to keep the fish flakes. I'm just cutting off some of the bones here, guys, that are in the bottom of this. I told you to get boneless, so hopefully you did that. There's still.
Can I eat it? Can I pick the meat off of it?
Are you really hungry?
I am.
Well, perhaps you should have spent your morning getting some food instead of
I ate food.
playing Pokemon Go and looking at Instagram.
I was playing Pokemon Go and eating.
Oh, so back to the bosan question. The bosan question is that we would have boiled this the first time with bosan in the ingredients in which that would basically flavor the pork. If we were making twice cooked pork, we would do it with some aromatics like ginger and green onions. But this has just been boiled in water because in this recipe, we are instead going to be adding all of the flavor now in the braising liquid. So this is a 2-stage process.
The pork is great, even without any of that.
It's pork
seasoning.
belly, of course it's great.
Incredible. I just wanted to let you know. It was delicious.
Maybe I should just make you boil pork for dinner.
Are you okay with that?
So now we have our chunks of pork that we are going to create with the braising liquid.
Yeah, Sting, if you start driving now, you might be able to join us for lunch.
Okay, as we discussed earlier, we are now going to make our braising liquid. First off, we are going to strain our 4 cups or 1 liter of katsuobushi dashi.
Smells wonderfully fishy. It smells like udon.
Yeah, well, that's surprise. That's what udon broth is.
I love how Max goes, I hate fish, but then he loves udon. Though nowadays he'll eat the fish cakes too.
Yeah, he likes fish cakes now, which is helpful. Okay, so our katsuobushi is in here now. This is the 30 grams that we use. I'm going to lightly press this with a wooden spoon just to get all of our stock out of it. I'm not going to do this today. You can use this to dry out and create rice seasoning, furikake, which is the kind of, it's part of a dry rice seasoning that you would see on top of rice in some Japanese food with like nori, the seaweed, and sesame seeds, etc. That's for a different day. We're not going to be doing this. We are going to put this into our food waste bin and throw it away.
Wah, wah. Chat wants to know if Max is a T1 fan or a KT fan.
I have withheld the knowledge of League of Legends from him.
He does watch with you.
Yeah, sometimes he asks questions, but he just turned 5. He's not old enough yet. Okay, so now we have our dashi in here. It is going to be a slightly fishy, clear broth. It smells great. As soon as you smell this, you will think to yourself, wow, that's the smell of Japanese food.
It is. It is.
And you'll now, if you haven't made Japanese food before, it will all come together for you in that beautiful moment in time when you realize that the dashi is the soul of Japanese cooking. All right, we are going to be adding into our pot now the 1 cup of awamorei or sake.
Something just turned on in Max's room. I'm going to turn it off.
So 1 cup of the Awamorei or sake or vodka, if you prefer.
Vodka.
You will smell, I can smell that instantly. It smells great. I'm going to add, this is the crushed Okinawan black sugar. You can add this now, 1/2 cup of the Okinawan black sugar, or muscovado sugar, or dark brown sugar.
Oh, what a lovely color.
Yeah, it's great. We are going to add 2 tablespoons of soy sauce at the present time. We will add more soy sauce as it cooks, okay? So fear not. The reason why we don't add it all at once is that it will darken the meat too much. This recipe is from Just One Cookbook, guys. I mentioned it last time. It's a Japanese website, does a great job of introing you to Japanese cuisine. I'm going to mix this.
In case you guys missed the roux stream last week, we're doing it with this sauce now, so you can lose yourself in the gentle stirring of the pot.
I'm going to taste that. This will be very alcoholic at this point in time. Tastes great, though.
Can it be drank as a cocktail?
Awamorei can be used in cocktails for sure. What we want to make sure of is that, this braising liquid is basically covering the meat when it's pushed down, which it is. So I'm going to rotate our pork belly so that it is as covered as it can be. Kind of floating in there right now. If you push it down, it'll be covered, right?
But you have your trusty wooden shield to
defend myself against the floating pork belly.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move this over now back to the stove. We are going to bring this up to a simmer, and at which point we will add the drop lid.
Do you prefer living in Korea over the US?
Depends. I mean, I like both for different things. Korea is very nice to live in. I like living in America too. I think with having 2 young kids, though, who we want to learn Korean, it's better to live in Korea at the moment.
It's also safer for them right now.
And a lot cheaper.
Like something that I would never dream of doing in the States is having Max walk home by himself from the playground. Mm-hmm. And here, at 5, I can leave him at the playground and tell him, come home in 15 minutes or whatever, and then he can. And it's safe. He lost his bubble gun last night. He told me he brought it, we were talking about it, and then literally I found it this morning. People looked at it and they just leave things as they are so that you can find it again. Oh, even in LA, I would never let him even walk to our neighbor's house by himself. What are some surprising similarities between the U.S. and differences that you didn't think would be there?
I mean, the way of living is very similar.
But it's easy for us because, we have a car.
If you don't live in Seoul, it's not too different. We basically live in the suburbs.
Yeah, I guess so. But having a car here and having access to Costco and Amazon and Coupang, it makes living here pretty easy.
It's a lot different now than when I was here the first time because Coupang, which is like Korean Amazon, didn't exist. Amazon itself didn't deliver to Korea. So this kind of cooking stream would have been very difficult to do. And indeed, getting non-Korean ingredients was significantly more challenging. But the combination of Amazon, Costco, Coupang, iHerb has made getting a variety of ingredients significantly easier.
And also, I speak Korean, and so that makes things easier for us. Monty's not here to fend for himself.
Yeah.
So there's language, and plus my parents are here.
Yeah, but I have a Korean driver's license now.
Your Korean driver's license, that's good for 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
And your visa, that's only good for 3? If you had to cook a meal for Double Lift and Reggie, what would you make for them?
Probably some kind of like Sichuan food, because I think they would both like that.
Yeah.
With poison.
With poison.
Not deadly poison.
Just enough to make them sick.
Maybe some mild food poisoning, Some diarrhea.
Aw. Crow come over lol. Your marriage was the first Twitch IRL stream I ever saw.
We were ahead of our time for sure.
Congrats on doing well. Yeah, well, we're still together. 부대찌개 because Reggie is a wiener. Lols.
All right, so our otoshibuta has been thoroughly saturated with water now, and we are going to add it to the pork. So I'm turning this down pretty low because we only want it at a simmer. And also it's going to increase the temperature when I put this on here. So again, this is to hold our pork in place. It is not a perfect fit for the outside of the pot. Ideally, it should probably be another centimeter or 2 in diameter. But we call this good enough. And now we wait. I know you guys wanted to wait another hour to an hour and a half for this to finish. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't plan this stream particularly well. I should have probably put another side dish or something in here that I could be making right now while we wait for all of this, but sadly, that's just not how it's going to go today. We are, however, going to have to make more dashi, because instead of just making 6 cups of dashi at the same time, I decided, let's make 4 cups of dashi and then 2 cups of dashi, because now I will have something to do.
Can you boil, like after the initial boiling of the pork, can you freeze that and then do this part later?
Yes. In fact, that is really helpful a lot of the time if you're making some of these pork dishes. So I have done that before with twice cooked pork. So twice cooked pork, I can boil a bunch of pork belly at one time, take that pork belly that I'm going to use, refrigerate it or freeze it very briefly so I can cut it very thinly. Then I can take the stuff I'm not using, put that in the freezer, and that will just be ready for the next time I want to do it. And because the next part, the second cooking of the twice cooked pork belly is so fast, because it's just a stir fry, it becomes a much easier process for a different dinner or some other time, because all I have to do is pull it out, slice it thinly, it'll thaw, bam, goes in the wok. And that's it. You absolutely can just boil that and then freeze it. And then this is the next stage. You'd have to thaw it, obviously.
Do you want to start a roux just for entertainment purposes?
I mean, I would finish with a gumbo roux before this is done. It's the sad part of this. Yeah, I'm going to turn this up just a little bit.
Oh, it smells heavenly.
This sauce does smell amazing.
The sauce smells really good. Just imagine you walked into a Japanese restaurant and it's that smell.
It was funny because a story about Rafute. So the first time we went to Okinawa, we were at this izakaya. It's like a local izakaya, like a pub, basically, a Japanese pub, where they serve small plates. And we were just ordering random stuff off the menu.
Because it was all in Japanese, too. We're just
Yeah,
like, that one.
And so we saw like the pork belly or whatever, so we ordered it. And we had never had Rafute before. And this is really different from other kinds of pork belly that I've had. And it was just so good. It just has this earthy caramel sweetness to it that we just ordered like, I don't know what, 3 or 4 of these and just kept eating it, drinking beer. It was great. But I promise you, you've never had anything like this Okinawan dish before, even if you've had bosam or
it
similar
kind of
dishes.
reminds me of like what a kalbi dim would be with pork.
Yeah.
You know, like that. It's just a very, I don't know how to explain it. It's a very deep and heavy, rich flavor.
Yeah.
That's just
It's very
melded
rich.
inside the meat. I just this week I saw a demographic situation. Korea as a country will be hit by a train of regrowth rate of 0.7. It just caught me when you said you have 2 children. Unfortunately, our 2 children are not Korean citizens.
But they, because of their Korean blood, as long as the laws don't change, they will forever basically have a Korean green card and be able to be in Korea. And they could actually probably, because they're fluent in Korean, eventually pass Korean citizenship tests if they wanted to. And you can hold dual citizenship in America and Korea as a man if you go to the Korean military, which they could also choose to do the mandatory service.
Or you turn 65 and then the Korean government will give you your citizenship back. So I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. And it's weird because I don't have to do mandatory military, but they still won't give me my Korean citizenship back. And I have to wait till I'm 65. Which is just a few years away, you know?
Now it's too hot. Reduce the temperature a little bit. Part of this is we added the not up to temperature pork belly, so the pot had to come back up to temperature. Probably the temperature of the drop lid plays a factor in this as well. We don't want it boiling quite that much.
But yes, Korea as a country, there is definitely a problem with low birth rate. And because of that, there's a lot of incentives in terms of daycare and...
That are not working, by the way.
Huh?
They're not working, by the way.
No, because so that's the thing is like, sure, daycare is great, but you need to give incentives for later too, like as they get older and the school systems, the way that you take care of your kids as they become teenagers, you know, and the country is not doing that. It's just too expensive to have more than one child, really, if any at all.
Yeah. And it's hard too because, women are still disincentivized from having kids in the workplace and maintaining a job. Like I really don't want to get into the gender politics in Korea because it's very complicated, but that is also playing a factor.
Yeah, it's hard. And I have a friend who, she and I gave birth to our second kids at the same time. And she just re-entered the workforce. She went back to her old job and she said, it's very apparent the glass ceiling that she is feeling because she is a mom of 2 as opposed to her colleagues who don't have any kids. But whatever. It is what it is. Monty has to be pushing 65 soon. It's been 30 years since OGN.
Yeah, feels like it.
Huh?
I said feels like it. Oops. There's some holes in my ginger bag and I got dirt on my cutting board. Oh well. What we are going to do is I'm going to take some ginger and I want to get kind of a nice big thumb of ginger here because I'm going to be cutting this into I'm going to be julienning this basically. cutting it into very small portions. So we'll try and see if this is enough. As usual, I'm going to use just a spoon to remove the skin from the ginger. Give it a rinse afterwards and get some of the rest of this dirt off. This is going to be a garnish and accompaniment to the pork belly. And why we want to use this fresh ginger, what is the problem?
It's just incredibly washed. I'm trying to fix it.
Susie, that's not a nice way to talk about me.
I love you.
MonteCristo, incredibly washed. I think I do have that as one of my stream tags, washed. It is known.
I was trying to fix it, as all wives do. I'll show you guys what I mean. See? Camera 2.
Hold up. That color balance is all weird.
There we go. How'd you do that?
I touched it to focus it.
I did
Get it together, producer. See, Monty's not washed anymore.
Washed Zaddy.
We got to get the ginger peeled so we can cut it. And then I will... So the reason why we're going to be doing this is it is going to be a garnish for the rafute. I really like ginger with this because, as we said, the rafute is incredibly rich. Very rich. And it's nice to have something that accompanies it that is not quite so rich. So I'm going to go ahead and rinse the ginger off in the sink, get rid of any remaining dirt. I'm going to rinse my cutting board, which has dirt on it, off. To hone my knife real quick because I need this to be very sharp. First thing we need to do is make sure that we have a decent surface to cut this on, because we need to cut it into planks and then julienne it.
What does it mean to julienne something?
It means to cut it very fine into sticks. I will show you. Actually, probably want to cut it on this side first. I'm going to cut this. I'm going to kind of cut it into a block. We want it to look very refined. I'm going to cut this into incredibly thin planks here. We will end up these very thin pieces of ginger, which are going to stack back together. We're going to cut them into these itty bitty sticks.
Like matchsticks. It's easier to see on the knife. if you want to bring that up. There we go.
And this means that once we have these itty bitty sticks of ginger, that we can control, because ginger is very strong in terms of its flavor, raw ginger. It's going to allow us to control how much we put onto the pork belly as a flavor balance. And so the person who is eating the pork belly has better control because they can select the number of sticks that they would like to accompany the pork belly. It's similar to when you eat xiaolongbao, the soup dumplings. You would put one on your spoon, and then you would add like 1 or 2 of these little sticks of ginger on there, which is a delightful addition. It's something I always do. And I always take a bite of this rafute with some of the ginger sticks that we've got here.
I do not.
But that's your choice. You know, that's what's nice about this, is you can choose to have the ginger or not. And so we have a bunch of these right now. It also just looks really pretty. But serves a practical purpose. Now, if I eat one of these, they're going to be very spicy. You know, this is brand new, fresh ginger. Really spicy. I don't want that one. That one's too thick. These are from the end of where it's hard for me to hold because it gets too thin. So I'm going to keep up this process. Try not to stab myself.
Yeah, I realized I can't even call 911 for you if I needed to, because all of our phones are currently being used as cameras.
Uh-oh. We found the critical flaw. And there's going to be some waste from this, guys. You can take this ginger later and mince it up and freeze it so you don't actually waste it, which is what I'm going to do. But basically, when you're trying to create these very, very small pieces of ginger, or really anything that you're trying to make this small, and it's in a regular shape like all ginger is, you end up having to cut off the sides so that you can safely cut it and get it into the planks that you want it in. But that doesn't mean we have to waste it, right? We can instead just save it for later, microplane it if you want.
The leftover ginger, can't you just mince it and then use it for something?
I literally just said
Is that what you...
I literally just said we can mince it and freeze it.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that part.
Yes, I will mince it and use it for something else.
Okay. I was just worried about you cutting off your finger and me calling 119 without a phone.
Thank you for your concern.
Yeah. It's 119 here, guys, just in case you're in Korea and need emergency services.
It's Bizarro 911. And since it's reverse 911, when you call them, they actually come and hurt you.
Dad jokes.
Yeah, the ambulance comes and then they just shoot you. Maybe a light stabbing, some kneecapping, perhaps.
Yeah, and the information here is 114, and the police station is
And that's where they
112.
don't help you. You call them and they don't help you. They lie to you, in fact.
I love that you love laughing at your own jokes.
It's funny. All right, for our garnish, I'm putting some cold water in a bowl, and we will soak the ginger. Can I see the ginger, please, darling?
Okay.
We will soak the ginger in the cold water, and this is going to remove some of the spiciness from the ginger. It's going to make the flavor a little bit more mild, especially because we're eating it raw. So we are going to soak this for, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And then that will be our garnish that we use for the braised pork. Meantime,
time for the mincing.
We'll save this for later. This is useful for a variety of... I use crushed or minced or microplaned ginger all the time for stir fries, for Korean marinades. It's highly useful for me.
I can smell the braised pork now.
Well, the awamorei must not be doing its job then. It's supposed to remove the porky aromas.
Well, I can smell it. Also, the lid of, I don't know what it's called. I know you keep saying it, but I keep forgetting. Your wooden shield.
Yeah. Yes?
Is getting brown.
Oh, it'll wash off.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying you could see the soup sloshing in there.
I'm going to try and turn this literally as...
So calling normal 911 in America is the same as calling 119? Is that what you're saying? Where the cops come and beat you?
Well, it depends on what neighborhood you're in, who you are, really.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
For me, I wouldn't get beat. I would just get deported. Because they'll just look at me and say, hey, you don't belong here. It really depends on the neighborhood. But yeah, they have numbers, I believe, like all the 1-1 numbers, and there's like one for senior citizens, and there's one for, I forget. I don't need to use it. But 112 is the police, 119 is emergency, and 114 is information. In case you guys are ever in Korea and you need to know those numbers.
I think the same ones are in Japan, for what it's worth. I'm just going to save my minced garlic, put it in the fridge.
What is 115? I don't know. And you know what? I'm not going to call it to ask. I think in the UK it's 999, right?
Oh.
Yeah. What is it in the rest of Europe? In New Zealand, it's 111. Man, why couldn't they keep all the emergency numbers the same worldwide so wherever you are, you can dial it?
There we go. There is our simmering maybe a little bit too much, but this is the lowest I can get this burner, unfortunately.
Can you use the back burner over there? Because that one has a
I could.
slower
It's fine,
flame.
though. It's fine. It's fine. Don't you worry about it. So it pops up to the top when we take out the drop lid, pushes it back down to the bottom. And put it on top. It smells incredible.
It's also, I guess it's good to make sure that everything is inside the liquid as opposed to a regular lid.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. It keeps it all submerged. So it has the flavor gets into it and it cooks evenly. That's the other advantage of it. Okay. We make more dashi now. All right, what, you may ask, are our ingredients for the sauce? For the soup broth. This is a very simple broth.
Dashi.
Because we're going to be making most of the stock and other ingredients. This is our pork stock from making the rafute. It is just water mixed with pork belly. Has some fat on the top of it. I'm going to go ahead and skim some of that off, actually. Clean this up a little bit now that it's had some time to cool off. We don't need all of the various floating bits on top, mostly for presentation reasons. There's not too much fat on top. I just tasted it. There's some, you can see the fat on the surface just a little bit, but that's going to be pretty acceptable, I think. We have time to be perfectionist, you know? With a lot of time. Too much time.
We could bring
Who
back.
plans these streams? Jeez.
We could bring back Monty Reed's.
We could. It's going to be a while, everybody. You know, I could be offensive and just pressure cook the pork.
That is true.
I could just put it in an Instant Pot. Would it be as good? No.
Maybe.
It would not. It would fall apart much more for sure.
We can test it
No.
next time.
So we have our pork broth. I have a pot here because I am going to put 2 cups or half a liter of water within this pot. We are going to use some soy sauce, regular soy sauce, and kosher salt. Wow, that's it, guys. Oh, right. Hold up.
Where's your dashi?
My katsuobushi,
Katsuobushi.
which we will make the dashi out of. So the ingredients of this are things we pretty much already made or will have pre-made, which are the dashi, katsuobushi only dashi, the pork broth that we made from the rafute. We boiled pork belly for an hour to an hour and a half in water, so it's only water and juice from the pork. We have soy sauce, and we have the kosher salt. Now, the other ingredients for the Okinawa Soba will be our Okinawa Soba noodles, or, if you can't find them, which is probable, you can use dried udon noodles instead.
Do you ever use, or can you use, instant dashi?
Yeah, sure.
Kimmy says that's all she can find. All they can find in Indiana. I assumed you were a she, so apologies.
Lies! You can get katsuobushi on Amazon. See through your filthy lies. And this is called satsuma age. This is a kind of Japanese fish cake that you can find frozen.
Odeng.
It's called odeng in Korean, very similar. So buy some fish cake. This should be at any Asian market. This is more of a topping. It's not necessary to the... Some might say it's necessary. Susie is nodding because she believes it is necessary. You can go without. Can't believe the lies I'm hearing that you can't get bonito flakes in Indiana.
They said, okay, I get my Korean skincare from Amazon. Yeah. So Amazon, you can get a lot
That's
of
such
things
an
on Amazon.
Sorry, that is an outrageous lie.
You can get a lot of things on Amazon. Also, yes, Sting is correct. There are tons of different types of soy sauce, so you
Yes.
need to get the right one.
Basic soy sauce. I'm using Korean kanjang. Just buy Kikkoman soy sauce.
I was going to say the Kikkoman regular.
Shoyu is the kind of Japanese soy sauce you want. The regular old shoyu Kikkoman is fine.
Guys, so we can't buy Cheerios here in Korea, but I can get them off of Amazon and have them deliver it to me. So yes, buying food on Amazon is definitely a thing.
All right, I'm going to make...
There's Amazon Fresh too, guys. What are you talking about?
I'm going to make the dashi. This dashi is going to be 50% of the dashi we made earlier. It was 4 cups of water to 30 grams of katsuobushi, or 1 ounce of katsuobushi. These are approximate, guys, okay? I'm trying to help you Americans and you Euros all at the same time, / Asian people who use the metric system. In the case of cooking, the metric system is often better, because it's going to be easier to measure precisely by the gram. We will use the 15 grams or half an ounce of the katsuobushi this time around. Where are me bowls? Like I said, this package was 50 grams, as you can see here. We are using 30 and then 15 grams today, so we should be using, as you might have guessed, basically this whole bag. except for 5 grams.
Why don't you just use it all?
Maybe I will.
Don't.
Because it's useful later.
The 5 grams is going to be useful later?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we have our 15 grams here. You still can't see it. How far back can I push this bowl on the scale?
There you go.
Just enough. It'll be the same process we did before. I'm too lazy to show it to you. Deal with it. Actually, I'm not. I lied. Why'd I have to make this setup so good and easy, Susie?
Because otherwise you would listen to me complain all the time?
No, I did it so it's easy for myself to use. Basically ready. Chuck this in here. Again, we will strain this out a little bit. The reason why I am showing you this, first off, okay, it's boiling a lot. We're going to turn it down instantly so we don't boil it. We're going to simmer this for maybe 10, 15 seconds. That's all we need. Call that good and turn it off. Remove it from the heat, and we'll strain that in just a minute. In the meantime, we've been steeping our ginger in the water here, like I said, to remove some of the fishy flavor. Or fishy flavor, ginger flavor. I don't know why the ginger would have fishy flavor. We've been removing the ginger flavor. I'm just going to remove it with some chopsticks, shake some of the water off, and we will just hold it here for the time being. Look at those knife skills. Look what beautiful ginger that is. Beautifully cut, if I do say so myself. We're going to hold on to that, and we will use it for garnishing in a little bit. I'll give it a taste. Definitely a more mild ginger flavor. Still has some spice to it.
How do you get the ginger to turn pink in a pickled ginger recipe?
I think you add the pickled plums, the Japanese pickled plums to it. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, I will tell you. The real answer is you add food coloring. That's how it's done commercially, but I think if you are really making it from scratch, you add, somebody can look it up. Somebody look that up. I don't know. My guess is you add the pickled plums or pickled plum juice to it. But the real answer is you add food coloring to it. Because I think it's a pickled plum vinegar.
It actually says ginger turns pink due to a chemical reaction during pickling.
Aha! I didn't know that.
Fresh ginger interacts with an acidic brine, often containing vinegar, to produce a pink color.
Interesting. So it's a chemical reaction.
And
I did not know that.
Especially in commercial settings, maybe dyed with food coloring like beet juice. Or
I do know that it's typically dyed with food coloring. I did not know that was a chemical reaction ginger had to pickling. That is interesting.
That's what Google has
Monty
told
didn't
me.
know. Cooking fraud. Fraud.
You're good enough. It's good enough.
Where's my fraud emotes?
Garlic goes blue during pickling. Really?
Really? Because I've seen a lot of pickled garlic and none of it has been blue.
You are the joking, my sir. It's normal for garlic to turn blue or green when pickled. It's the chemical reaction between...
Maybe that's because most of the garlic I see also has pickled garlic I see also has soy sauce in it, so you can't see it.
Maybe. It's this chemical reaction between garlic sulfur components and the acid in the pickling solution, like vinegar. Weird. Huh. That's fun. Well, the more you know. I am a chemist. Ah. Okay. Sir Sigur Ross made. My first cooking stream. Welcome.
Welcome. This might be one of the more boring ones, unfortunately.
We just thought of the food. You just didn't really think about what it takes to cook it and all the waiting in between.
Well, I don't mind the waiting. It's that what I should have done is done another Japanese side dish to make during the waiting process. That's my fault, guys. Is that I prepared a lot of stuff to talk about in terms of like Okinawan food and all of the ingredients. So we got through the first part okay, but this next part might be a bit rough, guys.
All right, this is where you guys start asking all the questions so you can keep talking.
I'm going to take my dashi now that it has steeped. This is the 2 cups of dashi. So the base of the broth that we are making is going to be a combination of the katsuo bushi dashi and the pork broth that we made from boiling the pork belly. And it's a really nice, delicious base, very uncomplicated, but very flavorful. And it's basically the dashi here with the pork base and then some soy sauce and just a little bit of salt. So it'll be quite a clear broth in the end. And we can either save our katsuobushi for drying out later, or in my case, I'm going to put it in our...
Can you eat it?
Food waste. Yes.
Like, just like that?
Yeah. That's why you'll see it on top of Japanese dishes. You know, it's dried fermented fish flakes.
But it's not really tasted right now, right? Because you just took all the flavor out of it?
I didn't take all the flavor out of it. It still tastes fine.
Okay. A 24/7 Monty home stream when?
I threatened to do the meal prep stream. My threat has been that eventually I should do a 24-hour meal prep marathon where I basically get a bunch of dishes and then meal prep them to freeze and then just do that for 24 straight hours. That's the threat.
It's a threat to me, not to them. It's a treat to them. I have to live here.
I mean, I have to do it. It's really a threat to myself.
You love doing that.
I don't think I would love it in hour 18.
I don't know. The Costco mentality. Hell yeah.
But it would be fun. I mean, we made, the last time we meal prepped, we made over 30 breakfast burritos, and they're still in the freezer.
I should have eaten one of those this morning.
Maybe you hadn't just sat on the couch while I set everything up playing Pokemon.
Hey, I had to do my Pokemon gifting this morning, okay?
And now who's hungry? Whose fault is that?
I used my lucky egg. I got some good friends, okay?
Smells great.
I don't have my phone right now, guys. My phone is actually camera 3.
This setup takes 3 iPhones and a mirrorless Sony camera, guys. This is the mirrorless Sony camera. There's an iPhone here, there's an iPhone here, and there's an iPhone above the stove. We were advised by a former OGN producer to use iPhones because basically for video and color, iPhones are the best. Even better than most other mirrorless cameras we could have acquired. And because we both use iPhones on the day-to-day, we're using Susie's old iPhone 13, my iPhone 13, and her new iPhone.
16.
16.
Yeah. So I don't have my phone while I do this.
So you can only distract yourself on 2 laptops instead.
Do I need an iPhone to cook?
No.
Only if you want to stream it.
Now, it should be said that you do not need to make the rafute in order to make Okinawa Soba. When we're in Okinawa, some of the places we go to will offer you an option of the more expensive rafute Okinawa Soba, because it's a more involved process and requires more ingredients, or just regular boiled pork belly like you might find on Japanese ramen, right? So you can get the normal pork belly version or the rafute version. Typically, they will take the rafute and they will put it on, they will slice it, and then they will put it on top of your soba. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to serve this in a bowl of noodles and then a bowl on the side of the rafute. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I will add the braising liquid to the bottom for you to dip. And you can take a bite of noodles and then take a bite of the pork belly, or you can combine it as you so choose. But I just find that the rafute, which is often served on its own in the braising liquid, like I was talking about in the story of the izakaya that we went to, it doesn't have to be served with the soba, is really nice on its own. And you could have the rafute just with rice or with other vegetable side dishes as the centerpiece of a meal, or you could serve it together with the soba like this. You could put it on top. There are many different things that you could choose to do. I lied. I probably will also put it on top of the Okinawa Soba so you can see what it might look like, and it'll make it a little bit more nice to look at.
Sigarosi, mate, subscribed.
Thank you.
2 months now.
Thank you for your subscription.
Do you think I could make this from in Latin America, or do I need some weird ingredients?
Go back. This will be edited. Many of the dishes, Japanese dishes I am going to be making or have already made, are going to be easy for you to make even in Latin America. This one requires very specific ingredients that may be hard. Although if you're in Latin America, you could probably get muscovado sugar pretty easily. You can probably get sake. You can get katsuobushi, the bonito flakes. So you should be able to pretty much hack this together. Dried udon, can you get that? Is there an Asian market near you? Probably. Or can you get it via the internet delivered to you? These are questions you'll have to answer. This is probably the most difficult recipe from Japanese food that I am making for you to make in Latin America. So maybe don't pick this one. It was kind of hard for me to make this, like I said, in Korea. For me to get the right noodles, which you can get in America, but I had a hard time getting here, I had to go to Okinawa. Okay, so this is definitely the most annoying recipe in terms of ingredients.
But you just want to do it anyway.
Well, I think it's interesting. So first off, I really like it. And second off, I think it's interesting as a point of comparison, but it is the most comparison to other Japanese food. But this is definitely like the most esoteric Japanese recipe that we'll be making.
I believe Thursday is just teriyaki chicken.
Yes, that'll be easy. That'll be a quick stream. We'll be in and out of that
and
one.
miso soup. Yum. I think that one has to be...
Here's the question, Susie.
Yeah.
You guys can answer this. Chicken teriyaki is very easy to make. Do you guys want me to do chicken teriyaki 2 ways, where I do a traditional chicken teriyaki and then we do a Seattle teriyaki with pineapple juice as a twist? And so we can do a Seattle teriyaki versus traditional Japanese teriyaki, chicken teriyaki, side-by-side comparison.
I will help you in taste testing those
Wow,
things.
you're so nice.
I know. Seattle has teriyaki.
Seattle's very famous for teriyaki.
I love pineapple juice. So
Be a pineapple juice reduction, yeah.
why not? ¿Por qué no los dos?
¿Por qué no los dos?
How about rotten shark teriyaki?
Go to bed, Icelanders. You're drunk.
Are you a fan of Kenji?
Yes, big fan. As I've said before, though, Kenji's a much better cook than me, obviously. I have much better cooking content than Kenji does. My setup is... The difference between my cooking skills and Kenji's cooking skills are the same difference that my stream has and my video content has to Kenji's content. Just put that out there for you guys. I'm also a better on-camera personality than Kenji. Suck it. We all have our skills.
Kenji's going to come back with a
I hope he does.
Right? Yeah,
you just give me free publicity. I hope he does.
Yeah, I know of Seattle for grunge, Starbucks, and rain, but not teriyaki.
Yeah, it's probably it's like the dish of teriyaki.
Pacific
Seattle.
Northwest apparently has the best Japanese food in America.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think it has the biggest...
You need a GoPro strapped to your head.
No. We have better tech, guys. We don't need that because we have better tech and a better setup. The Pacific Northwest has more of the Japanese diaspora. So kind of the way the West Coast works is like San Francisco has the large Chinese population from the 19th century when many Chinese people immigrated and worked on the railroads to build the railroads from the west going east. And so that's where a lot of the Chinese community is in the Bay Area. The Japanese went to the Pacific Northwest and the Koreans went to Los Angeles. So Southern California, obviously there's a large number of Chinese people in Southern California, but you know, in terms of which is the biggest community or the most influential or most iconic community, the Koreans in Southern California, Chinese people in the Bay Area, and Japanese people in the Pacific Northwest.
Hey, Monty, do you ever think about going back to casting?
No.
Maybe Marvel Rivals?
No. No interest. It takes so much time to learn a new game, and because I'm an analyst, I really have to spend a lot of time researching, talking to pro players, working with the pro teams. I, at this point in my life, have no interest. If I'm going to do that, guys, I'm going to do it for cooking, damn it.
Yeah, you're nice.
The research drive has not ended. It has just shifted.
Welcome to Continue Studying, everyone.
I mean, look, I have dropped a ton of knowledge about how to make various Okinawan ingredients on this stream. And so I think my research is paying off, guys.
Would you ever do sports broadcasting if you had the opportunity?
Maybe, but again, that would require me, if I was going in as an analyst, to learn more than I currently know about any given physical sport. I'm a fan of physical sports, but I'm very much a fan of them in that my knowledge I would consider to be relatively light. Again, my knowledge is probably deep compared to the normal fan, but compared to people who have been doing this for 20, 30 years, my knowledge is obviously very light. So I would have to do a ton of research in order to do that. But if somebody was like, hey, Monty, we want you to broadcast the NFL, you have a year, I could get myself up to speed. Maybe 6 months. Probably I would need any less time would be very difficult. Or hockey, that'd probably be another one. NFL and hockey, I would probably be the most confident in learning.
Let's call up Mina and see if we can get you over there. Joking.
We're getting somewhat close to an hour on this right now, guys. And unfortunately, this is not something that we can really speed up, as it were, because we're trying to cook this very delicately so it becomes soft and intact. So if we are too aggressive in our approach, it will all fall apart, and it will not be, if we don't do it for the proper length of time, it simply will not, it simply will just not be good. It won't be tender.
The Avs had their way with the Stars.
I know. I saw the end of the game yesterday. Landeskog being back is huge. I'm surprised he's doing so well already.
What movie did we watch with the Penguins?
Sudden Death.
Sudden Death. That's right.
Actually kind of a banger, guys.
It was actually not bad. We're doing this whole, like, Monte and I at night after we put the kids to bed, we go, you want to watch a 90s action film? And we'll just go and pick one. And so we picked Sudden Death with Jean-Claude Van Damme in it. And it was actually fun.
It was pretty good. I mean, Jean-Claude Van Damme is terrible, but he's terrible in everything. But the movie itself is pretty good for a 90s action movie. It had really cool action set pieces, very well edited, very well paced. The way they intercut this Stanley Cup Game 7 hockey game that's going on with the action in the movie is really cool.
And apparently the wife of the Penguins actually pitched the movie to use the team and the space. Like,
the arena in Pittsburgh. Which you would think, if she was one of the owners of the Penguins, that they wouldn't want to stage a terrorist attack inside their arena, but it was the 90s, so they did. And it's a terrorist hostage situation within the Penguins arena in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. It's quite entertaining.
No, it was the Stanley Cup Finals. So anyway, it was super well done. All the storylines matched up, like the stupid little stamp thing in the beginning. It plays a part.
Don't spoil.
It plays a part later on. Just what I'm saying. But like, if you want a great 90s mindless movie to watch, go do that.
All right, we're about an hour in to the simmering process now, so I'm going to add another 2 tablespoons of soy sauce. And then we replace the cover. And we wait.
Wow, that was exciting.
That's the most exciting thing that's going to happen for a while.
Back to you.
Wow.
They said, do you plan on any watch-alongs with a cooking stream attached?
So when this is set up better, so basically my plan, guys, for the next month or so is Doa is going to be coming out to Korea and probably will come on the cooking stream at some point in time as a guest. We'll pick a recipe he wants to do and do that. When he is out here, one of our plans is to film some in-person content for LFN. Part of that is our general gaming channel, which we are spinning up. We are going to do a 30th anniversary video retrospective of Chrono Trigger, the SNES game. It's Doa's favorite game. I am going to have to play that again because I haven't played it in well over a decade at this point in time, probably 15 years. More than 15 years, probably 20 years. I'm old. It's probably 20 years since I last played it. So I'm going to be playing that. So I might as well play it on stream. Now, part of what's cool about this cooking stream is that once I have everything properly set up, I can actually just go play on my PC on the same stream, picture in picture something that's cooking for a while, and come back. So I can actually split between gameplay as well as cooking for things that take a long time like this. I should have done that today, obviously. There were 2 choices that I didn't make today, which was have another recipe to do right now, or prepare the stream for gaming, which I could just walk away from for an hour, play some Chrono Trigger or whatever, and come back. So I will have to play Chrono Trigger, so I might as well play it on stream. And that will be the plan. I will probably select some recipes that take longer to make as a result, so that you are not burdened with having to sit here and look at me. You can look at Chrono Trigger instead.
I mean, I think they like looking at you because they're saying they got tickets to the wrong show. They didn't realize this is the gun show.
We're getting there, guys. More gym time for sure. Got to get ready for hot dad summer.
Would it be possible for Monty to give us a front double bicep flex? Those cannons are looking massive.
We're doing all right, guys. We're doing all right.
And Zachary Polk, thank you for your subscription with Prime.
Better get some Prime subs for that, guys. Thank you, Zachary.
Come on, guys. Prime subs. Or real subs. You can also just pay your own money, too. That's totally fine. Susie, how do you feel about Monty getting to play games while your phone is busy capturing video? Oh, no!
We'll just pull that. We'll pull that one.
I also have my laptop, so I'm okay.
Yeah, we can also pull that camera temporarily and put it back in. The nice thing about this is that this setup is that we have multiple cameras, and the way that it works is the iPhones are plugged into HDMI cables, so we can basically unplug the phone, use it, and then put it back on when we need it again.
Thank you, T. Merck, for that Prime subscription for 2 months.
Thank you.
Maybe that's what we need to do. Just have you flex on stream to...
Topless streaming.
Topless streaming. Apron-only streaming.
We're going to call it Chippendales cooking.
I'll get you a banana hammock.
Nice. Pretty sure I have to go into my own category on Twitch for that, though. Guys, can I wear a thong on Twitch? Can I wear an apron and a thong? Do you think that is against... Are thongs against terms of service? Probably.
I don't know.
Can the butt be bare?
What if we, you know how girls will put, stickers on their nipples?
I don't think that's allowed anymore.
Is that not?
Either.
Can I just, put stickers on your butt cheeks and then maybe it'll censor?
Somebody check, guys. Somebody knows the answer to this, I'm sure.
We don't want to be banned. So, sorry, guys. His butt is for my eyes only. Do you have an uni or any high temp oven?
No. I have a Samsung combination oven microwave, tragically. Love the range in this apartment here in Korea because it is a very high heat gas burner, which is awesome. Love it. It's way more intense than what you would normally find on a stove in the West because people use it for high heat stir frying and boiling various Korean soups and stews very quickly, but the oven situation is tragic.
No butt pasties. We can't do that. Just tassels.
I don't know. What are people saying?
I don't know. What if I just did a lot of tassels all around?
You could just spell out MC for MonteCristo tassels.
Yes. Maybe I can Amazon some tassels for you.
Do you think I could learn how to shake my butt in a way where they spin in a circle?
Is this where we are at in the sucking scene now? We're just waiting for this thing to boil. It does smell fantastic. OnlyFans time. This is the extra content that you'll make.
I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to stop the recording temporarily.
I could do that for you.
Yeah, please.
Press stop.
Yeah. I'm going to stop the recording temporarily because these file sizes get out of control, and I'll tell you when to turn it on again when we actually start doing something.
I'm sure you can't even do that even if you're a VTuber, so let's
the VTubing crackdown has been really interesting, guys. They have so far as I can tell, they are now censoring VTube models, which seems really weird. now VTube models have dress codes.
That's weird.
Yeah.
The oil isn't just for cooking. Sting says he wouldn't mind making subtitles for 12 hours of Monty gaming. Oh my God, really?
No.
No, we wouldn't do that to you. Wait, reminds me of a girl on Instagram who has an OnlyPans and makes sexual jokes while cooking.
That's good. It reminds me of those 10 years ago when the joke was grills for girls and people would have the hot topless grill streams. So they would have charcoal grill outside with a webcam aimed at it with the top off. And so it would only be a hot topless grill.
Did you finish the Star? No, he hasn't even started the Star Wars game streams.
Yeah, that needs to be done too, but we have some other priorities.
Only pans. You know, we should also start really utilizing your Instagram and Facebook. Let me have access to that.
Once the videos start getting edited.
And I'll start putting up pictures and stuff.
Yeah, once we have the videos, we will do that.
But I need access to my phone.
Well,
because I take great phone food pics.
Great.
We also have the wonderful gimbal shots.
That's right, the gimbal shots that you guys love. I do need those gimbal. I know they're stupid, guys, but they're going to look good in the edited version. They're just terrible on the live stream version.
Yeah, no, Instagram is great too because I'm always on it. I know a bunch of my friends are on it. If they saw yummy food, it'll probably draw in people to come in.
We'll get there, guys, but we need
we can hashtag like crazy.
We need to get the videos edited first. We're still in early days on this, guys.
Just to kill time. Do you imagine yourself eating only vegetarian food for like a year?
No, why would I do that to myself?
I don't know. Meat is great. Yes, and as Andrew said, there's a lot of elephant stuff on the way in the meantime. There's just a ton of different elephant things that we are working on and doing.
The Star Wars stream, we need to get through some of the stuff I'm doing with Elephant that is higher priority right now. I love the Star Wars stream idea, but I need to plan that properly. And in order to do that, I need to finish a bunch of other Elephant stuff, which is definitely way higher priority, guys, unfortunately.
Indian cuisine does have great vegetarian food, and
true.
And we'll happy to eat it. Yeah,
we'll make some of it on the stream.
But just to go strictly vegetarian for a year.
I love dal. I love dal. I love lentils. There's lots of vegetarian dishes that I like and I will eat. Frequently, I eat vegetarian meals for breakfast and lunch most of the time, I would say. And when I cook for myself, it's just that I don't want to eat only vegetarian food. So yummy. I eat a lot of like Greek yogurt, eggs for breakfast, lunch, beans.
Is eggs considered vegetarian?
Yes.
But it's baby chicken.
They're unfertilized.
But they're baby chicken.
They're not.
But it's protein.
Look, I'm just telling you what the rules of vegetarians are.
Okay. I guess tofu is also protein.
Of course it is.
Being animal.
You have to eat protein or you would die, Susie. That's why vegetarians eat beans and tofu and lentil and eggs, dairy.
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at Tystro. Like a Thai maestro.
You got it.
My God.
You're terrible.
I am terrible. What sold me on the air fryer was how fast it reheats frozen food.
Yes.
I also have an Instant Pot. What else am I missing, Monty?
Nah, that's it.
Oh, okay.
I think those are pretty good. You know what I want is one of those convection toasters. I think Breville makes some of them.
Oh.
They're supposed to be really good. There's some versions, and I think Japanese versions, where you can there's like a water tray in there, which allows you to add some steams to prevent stuff from drying out as you use the convection oven feature. Those are supposed to be very cool, but I've never used one.
Egg is considered non-vegetarian in India.
Yeah, well.
It's vegetarian, but not vegan. I don't know these rules.
It is vegetarian. It's not vegan because it's an animal
product. It's an animal product.
But it is vegetarian.
I don't know. I'm a microwave fan. I everything in the microwave, you know.
I mean, you could also just use a normal convection oven. It's to reheat food. Obviously, it's great for reheating pizza, but the air fryer is faster because it's smaller, so it heats up quicker. You don't have to heat up a whole oven. It takes less resources.
Even bibimbap is better with kogi in it, with meat in it. I just really
Koreans don't do vegetarianism, guys. The only vegetarianism you find in Korea is really at the Buddhist temples.
Yeah.
Because even kimchi will have shrimp paste in it. So things that you think would be vegetarian in Korea, soups, with just tofu in them, kimchi, various side dishes, will often not be because they have shrimp paste in particular. So it's very difficult to find vegetarian food, truly vegetarian food in Korea. If you're a pescatarian, it's very easy.
Yeah.
It's very easy. If you eat seafood, it's fine.
I remember when Artosis first got to Korea, because Artosis is vegetarian, and we went to a restaurant, and I guess, I forget, man, this was so many years ago, probably like 20 years ago, maybe more. But I remember we went to a restaurant that served predominantly meat, and he looked at the server and was like, "Do you have anything that's not meat?" And the guy just like stood there stunned for a moment, and he looked at him, he goes, "Sausage?" And he was like, so I think we were actually at a barbecue place. So he just ended up eating rice with the sangchu and
He would eat a lot of bibimbap without meat.
I remember that. But it was a barbecue restaurant. So he just ended up eating rice with samjang and
I'm pretty
lettuce.
sure I think samjang definitely has shrimp paste in it. I'm
Probably.
pretty sure doenjang and probably also gochujang have shrimp paste in it.
I don't know how he survived all these years in Korea, but I just remember it was really early on when he first arrived and he was like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, there is the true vegetarian cuisine, like I said, is typically found at Buddhist temples. And you can eat there even if you're not a monk. They will have cafeterias that you can go to and eat at. And then otherwise, there are certain restaurants that serve Buddhist temple food that are true vegetarian. But otherwise, you're kind of shit out of luck. It's very hard to be vegetarian in Korea. Even though there is I think, growing understanding of vegetarianism, it's still really challenging.
Yeah.
The solution is simply just to be a pescatarian, be able to eat shrimp paste, and you're fine. And fish. There's tons of fish here in dishes, so fish is very easy to come by.
Let's go back to... It's not even boiling, so it's not even fun to look at.
It's simmering.
I know.
It's just simmering.
Ta-da!
Kind of an aggressive simmer, but...
Stop, you're ruining it. Put the lid back on.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll turn my mic off.
I guess you guys can watch the pot then, instead of our empty kitchen. Or I can go on stream, but then no one will be able to press the buttons. So, here we are. Susie, what is your favorite sport? I also like watching football. I am a Giants fan, which is very unfortunate. But one of the reasons I became a New York Giants fan for American football is when I was in high school, I lived across the way from a country club. And this country club, every year, they don't do it now, but this country club used to have this like NFL/Cadillac fundraiser thing, and they would get volunteers from my high school to come and work these events and, you know, like be a caddy or like dish out water or whatever. And I remember going, and, you know, I'm in high school, so I'm just like this tiny little girl. I'm not caddying or anything like that. I forget what I was doing. But anyway, I was in the clubhouse, and someone goes, "Hey, look, there's LT." And I go, "What?" And I turn around, and I just see like the largest person I've ever seen in my life. And they were like, "Yeah, you know, he's a New York Giant, like this guy, he's this, that." And for some reason, I was just incredibly awed by this man in that moment. And he was super nice, and he treated me respectfully, and so I became a New York Giants fan. I met Lawrence Taylor, and thus I became a Giants fan.
Probably one of the best football players ever.
Yeah, and so he surely was a Giant. He was so big.
I think you could probably make some pretty convincing arguments that he's the defensive GOAT.
But yeah, you're back, so there you go. So yes, I enjoy watching the NFL. So Monty and I will spend our Monday mornings sometimes watching. I guess we're gonna have to change the stream once football season comes around again. because then we can't watch football. This is Monday morning. Ah!
We'll see.
We'll figure it out. It doesn't start for another couple of months, so we'll just leave it as it is.
Yeah, it actually is important too, because this is in American time zones and it'll conflict with Sunday Night Football, which is not only important for us, but important for other people also.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, we probably got, I don't know, 10, 15 more minutes of this, and then another 10, 15 minutes more after that. We will, however, be starting to make all of the noodles for our taste test after 15 minutes. So at least we'll have something to do for the last one. We got about 15 minutes of absolutely nothing until that happens. So we don't want to make the noodles too early.
I thought you meant the Korean baseball team. So baseball is weird. Baseball is really not fun to watch. Sorry, guys. However,
It's fun to go to the games.
I was going to say, going to the games here in Korea is super fun because you have like cheerleaders.
Going in America is fun too.
I suppose.
The great thing about baseball is when you're at the game, your purpose there is to eat junk food, drink a beer, talk with your friends, and occasionally something happens that you get to look at. That's great. Love that. Beautiful outside during the summer. Baseball parks are often very gorgeous. I really do like going to live baseball games. But you're right, in Korea or Japan, there's an entire culture of crazy cheerleading and fan chants.
Yeah, the fan chants are really fun. And
you bring your own liquor into the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Just literally walk in with just like a bottle of whiskey.
That was fun.
We can do it again. Our local team is the Landers.
That's right.
The Shinsege Landers in Incheon.
We should, yeah, that would be fun. We can take the boys to a baseball game.
Well, one boy maybe.
We can take the other boy too.
Shinsege Landers are the local team.
Why not just go to a park or camping
What?
instead?
¿Por qué no los dos?
We could do...
Because going to a park is great, going camping is great, but baseball is fun to look at when you're in person. It's just terribly boring on television.
I don't know. I think it's pretty boring in person too.
But you get to delete all the boring parts by talking to your friends.
That's only if you have friends.
Oh.
I remember taking a bunch of people to go see Korean baseball games, over Worlds.
Yeah,
remember?
we went and saw the SK Wyverns, which is the SK Telecom team.
Yeah. But in Korea, there's not a whole lot of security in stuff like that because I guess everyone just... It's assumed and it's like in you to be respectful when you're in a public setting. So, for example, we went to Everland a couple weeks ago, it's like Disneyland. It's a big amusement park. And I brought in a knife and my friend brought in some, food scissors so that we can cut up food for our kids, like fruit and whatever not. And we realized if this was in the States, there's no way that they would have let us walk in with that. But, I brought in a knife. I cut up some apples. I had to cut little chunks for the baby because he can't really chew. And nobody questions it. Kind of nuts.
Don't mind me. Just pouring pig stock in a 4-cup container.
Yeah. And all you guys arguing about what is vegetarian and what is not and stuff, like just, you know what? It's fine. If you don't like it, don't eat it. In Arizona, they kept their concessions and nothing costs more than a few dollars. Well, that's good. Yeah, here too, the concession stands are reasonably priced.
Yeah, more and more stadiums are doing that in the States. I know the Falcons Stadium in the NFL has a really hard cap on concession prices, and the concessions are good. So I've heard it's like both reasonable to go there for an NFL game and very cheap to eat.
Sting, I totally understand, but I don't know. It's I guess, I'm like a mom with kids walking in with a knife that's covered, and they don't check my...
By the way, it was a children's knife, to be clear.
Mine was, but...
It's dull. It's quite dull.
How
it's literally a knife that we have so that our 5-year-old can cook with me sometimes.
Yeah, it's a child knife. Speaking of expenses, how is it going to a movie theater? How much do we pay for a movie theater?
Same price.
We usually go matinee. It's probably like $9 or something, or 12,000 won.
It's the same price basically. We don't typically buy concessions there though, so.
True. The only time we go watch movies is during the day. So we'll go have lunch and then go straight to a movie or something like that. How's it looking?
Looks pretty good, I would say.
Can I have a piece?
No.
Oh. Rotations time?
You're going to have plenty of this very shortly.
But I want it now. What was the last movie we went to go see in the theater?
Mickey 17.
Oh, that's right.
Before that, we saw Captain America, Brave New World. Terrible movie.
This looks very similar to a dish in Vietnam called Tit Bo Ko, or braised pork. But we also have a braised egg in it.
Well, you know what? We'll get to Vietnamese food at some point. I've never cooked a lot of Vietnamese food, but as I have said on this stream previously, we are going to get into me first timing a bunch of stuff on stream, which will probably be funny, but also necessary because out of this stream, we're doing 2 different recipes. The streams we've done so far, we did 3, which means if we're doing this twice a week, we're going to get into, assuming I don't do all 52 weeks of the year, upwards of 200 recipes, maybe up to 250 in a given year.
Oh my God.
So it's going to be a lot.
Did we plan this right?
What do you mean by that?
Okay.
Did we plan this right? This is just how it's going to go.
Twice a week, okay?
Twice a week, 2 to 3 recipes per stream, let's say averaging 5 a week. That's probably over 200 easy per year. It's a lot. Looking at some green onions, I see.
Sorry, I just figured
these are going to be used for garnish.
You guys can have a different view. I know you've just been staring at Monty this whole time. Unless you want to flex with him again.
Didn't get enough subs for that. That's just not free. You look at this. It's bubbling. You can see when it bubbles that it's getting quite gelatinous. It feels good. We want to get it nice and soft and juicy.
Remind me, I have to go pick up my dragon fruit today.
Very important.
It's very important.
Critical dragon fruit.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for it.
So probably have another 5 to 10 minutes on that. We'll add some more soy sauce, and then we will start the noodle cooking process because that is going to take a little bit of time.
Woohoo!
And it'll be about 15 minutes after that. So I would say about 20, 25 minutes till everything's done.
Huzzah.
Indeed.
Do we not even have crackers or something you can eat?
You have a pantry that you can look in, Susie.
I will do that. Sorry, it smells really good, and you're showing it to me, and I can't even eat it. I don't know how you guys do it. How do you watch this stream and then not eat the food? Ridiculous. Ooh, we have Nutella biscuits.
A healthy choice.
You want a Nutella cookie?
What? I guess. What are they? Why do we even have these?
It was from when baby's friends came over.
Let's see.
Very cool.
No, you want me to show the package? Not sponsored by Nutella, by the way. That's the free marketing. It is, in fact, a shortbread cookie with Nutella inside of it.
I am eating a salad while watching this. I'm usually eating dinner right around the start of the stream. I eat something else. Oh, that's true. You can't smell the food like I can. When is smell-o-vision going to be a thing? When did Monty get jacked?
All the Muay Thai and weightlifting guys.
I have plenty of rotten shark in front of me. The trick is to be fooled before you watch. This is going to be an ongoing joke.
The rotten shark, is that the same guy?
Yes.
Is that the Icelandic guy?
Yes.
What is wrong with you?
His name is I.W. Diddy Mate.
Oh, yes. I will Diddy Mate. Yes, indeed.
We have Kinder eggs, too.
We're not going to eat a bunch of junk food right now, Susie.
Oh.
We're very close. You've waited this long.
Can I have another one?
No.
Fine.
Oh, good. I'm glad you agree.
I will go get something else.
You mean get them that they're sitting right here?
I know. I also have access to the pantry of all the other stuff. Okay, one more. Max loves Kinder eggs.
I loved them in Germany when I was a kid.
Susie, you're going to spoil lunch? No, I'm not. I didn't really know about Kinder eggs until here, because they're all over the place here. And kids' love of tiny toys.
I grew up in Germany for a year when I was a kid, and so I used to eat them there, and they hadn't put them in the States yet, so it was sad when I came back and I couldn't have the Kinder eggs with the toys in them anymore.
Yeah, I think we have like Minion ones right now. Little Minion toys. This is so good. I forgot how good Nutella is.
It's frosting.
It's good for me.
Nutella is just frosting, guys. That's all it is. Just hazelnut chocolate frosting. It's delicious.
It is delicious. Here's a different camera angle. You can make faces at them over here. When do you want me to start recording again?
A couple minutes. Let's see, this is a couple of minutes. So the idea would be with the game stream, I'll be able just to put a camera onto the pot, and then picture that within the game stream, so you can keep an eye on it.
Yeah. So Fire Element, I can't heat up one of those breakfast burritos Because the microwave is literally where Monty is standing.
And I will not allow her to do that.
And he won't let me do that. So I have to eat something from the pantry where he can't stop me.
Because I need her to be hungry to eat the food here.
All right, enough of crotch cam.
We didn't do any thrusting for you.
Subs for thrusts. You can eat it frozen. No, I really can't eat it frozen. I think I've
Break
tried.
your teeth.
Yeah, I think I've tried. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know what we do have in the freezer that we should eat are those hot dogs.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we'll do a hot dog from scratch stream at some point in time. They're kind of
Oh, nice.
Korean donut pancakes things.
CBA Prod said, nice thrust, and gave you a sub.
Nice! Wow.
Subs for thrusts.
All right, bring back the crotch cam.
Tassels for the crotch cam to be real. Guys, we don't want to be banned.
Is a banana hammock from the front okay?
Because it's covering, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. They just took I do know they took away my DILF gamer tag, which is very depressing. Because you used to not be able to have DILF as a tag, but you could have DILF and something else all in one word. But now they changed it so you can't even have DILF and something else. They removed my DILF gamer tag. Tragic.
Tragic. Start the OnlyFans.
Moving to Kick.
What's the other one? There's a Kick. There's
Rumble. Rumble is the one that Dr. Disrespect has now been demoted to. Rumble's like the alt-right one.
oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't even.
It's a lot of like alt-right media.
Interesting. Patreon collab with Sneaky Wen. You need to add an anime tag to draw the weebs in.
Here's something we can discuss. I've been talking about adding, this is going to sound crazy, guys, a stream mascot, okay? So what I mean by this is we can actually have an animated little mascot, like pretend this guy was animated. Maybe it's a Shisa, and he just sits in the corner of the stream. And when you do certain things, we can make him react with different animations. So I don't know if we do some sort of like god of cooking. So we take Hestia, like the goddess of the hearth in Greek mythology, or like the Norse god of cooking, or we have a little critter like this Shisa here, and we make that a stream mascot. What do you guys think? What should we do? Should we do that? Because we can make it react to. Basically, I could set it up with a stream deck where Susie could push buttons, and if I mess something up, it could be scared
Or sad.
or whatever. And then we could also do reactions to subs. They're all possibilities.
It would be cool if you had an IRL version sitting somewhere in the background of the stream, too.
What?
Eh? What do you mean?
Like this? Like the Shisa?
Yeah. Maybe something pirate related to go with LFN branding.
Continue cooking its own brand. It doesn't have to be LFN related.
Hey, since you're OG, whatever happened to Civ HD and Phantom Lord?
Oh
I feel like they fell from the internet.
Civ, I think, still lives in Taiwan, and I don't know what he does. I think he just made a bunch of money and is chilling there. Maybe that's not true. Phantom Lord got involved in that lawsuit with Twitch for a long time. But he was guys, if you don't know, Phantom Lord was a huge part of the Counter-Strike betting scandal where he was running a Counter-Strike website. He turned into a betting stream, and they were illegally giving him roles. And so he was basically committing fraud, gambling fraud. That is very serious. I mean, he was a dumbass.
Maybe we could make a Chibi Thorin.
No. You guys need to come up with better ideas. Never mind, your guys' ideas are terrible. Do you even like, let's start this. Do you like the concept of it?
Someone said yes. Yes. I think it would be cute to do that, but I think, I don't know. I guess just not bothered by it. It's all the same to you.
All right, let's start the recording again.
Okay, we're recording again.
We're back. Okay, so we have now simmered this for another, can I have this camera, please?
Yes. Sorry, I was reading it. We need a mascot that will battle Mish.
The porn artist or E.G.?
E.G.
All right, enough of that. So we've been simmering this for another 30 minutes. We're going to give it another 15 or 20 minutes here. I'm going to add another tablespoon of soy sauce to this. As we look at this, we can tell it's getting close to completion because we got the jiggle. You see, guys, how it's like, you can see the fat. Maybe I'll zoom in on this.
Zoom in on the jiggle.
Like this guy here, he's jiggling. And this guy, he's jiggling very nicely from the action of the bubbles in the simmer. And that means we're getting close because we want this to fall apart very easily. We can also see why we want to use the drop lid to keep all of this in place, because otherwise, the jiggling over time would cause the pork belly to fall apart, and we want this to be in one piece for presentation purposes, really. It's going to taste the same no matter what.
Jiggle enhance.
Jiggle enhance. We are going to cut up a green onion here, 1 green onion for garnish. So I'm going to cut the whites up. I'm going to separate I'm not going to separate the whites and the green on this one. This will just be for some additional flavor and color within our soba, our finished soba. We are going to leave that for the meat for another 15 minutes simmering or so. I will say it might not be as done as we would like. I would probably do this maybe for another 30 minutes or so in the first phase of boiling with just the water. But in the interest of time, it will be good enough.
Are we ever going to get any dessert streams?
So I don't like baking, but we'll probably do some kinds of desserts, yeah.
Mango and sticky rice.
Sticky rice and mango we can do. I'm not a big sweet, I don't have much of a sweet tooth.
You know who does? It's your son.
Kids.
Who I'm sure will love to eat all the desserts. Would soup censor your DILF tag?
Well, no people who speak English watch soup, so kind of irrelevant point.
Monty and no sleeves is the dessert.
It's my wife later. I'm going to cut up some scallion greens here, just the green parts, to add as a garnish on top of the rafute as well. This is just, again, for aesthetics. Did we ever settle on whether we were doing the teriyaki one way or two ways?
I think we're just going to do both ways.
Okay.
Might as well. How old is your son now? So Max is 5 and Orion is almost 16 months. Will there be a 4 horsemen about VCT?
Maybe. Yeah, that's the VCT and EMEA.
Yeah.
It's all a mess right now. We have a few topics for 4 Horsemen we need to get to, one of which is that one. One of which is the kind of state of StarCraft right now. And then the last one is the Australis stuff that's going on.
You know, the day that StarCraft actually dies is like when esports just dies for me in my head.
Well, Brood War is still going strong in Korea. You don't have to worry about that one. All right, we are going to cook the two different kinds of noodles, the dried udon as well as the instant Okinawan soba. I am going to cook the dried udon first because it takes a little bit longer. Right now, I'm going to fill this pan. It's a shallow pan. You can cook noodles in this, don't worry. The reason why I'm doing it in a shallow stainless steel pan is that it has more surface area on the bottom, so the water will boil faster. And also, these are longer noodles, so it'll fit in here. But it's mostly just because we can do this with speed. We also need to prepare some stuff for the udon noodles. A lot of times in Korean or Japanese cooking with noodles, you're going to want to, first off, when you strain them, shock them in cold water immediately to stop the cooking process. You can leave it there, but we can also put them into an ice water bath just to keep the noodles all separated, as well as to prevent them from cooking further while we wait for the broth to be ready and the pork to be ready. And in this case, for the other noodles that I'm going to make to also be ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this bowl here that we used for some dashi earlier. Doesn't matter because it's all going to be going together anyway. I'm just going to put some ice cubes in here. Actually, I'm not going to do this yet because it'll just melt, so there's no point to doing it yet. We'll wait till we put the actual noodles in. Noodle can. We'll cook these udon noodles for about 9 minutes. I need to clear out my sink a little bit, so I'm going to do some dishes real fast.
Do you want me to move camera 2 over to you so you can watch you do dishes?
No. It's a non-essential viewing. You can watch my glorious butt instead.
How do you feel about old school cooking videos doing things like old times?
What?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I feel fine. It's not like Julia Childs is bad. She's great.
Ah.
Okay. Just preparing this for
Whoa. Hey, Digon.
Hey, Digon.
He's raiding with a party of 3.
Thank you, Digon. You came just in time for the finale.
Oh, maybe we mean like using old technology, like over a flame, outdoors, stuff like that.
Cool. Love it. I'd love to do some campfire cooking streams. That'd be awesome.
Digon, when are you coming over to eat some of this?
Yeah, really.
It's not like you're doing anything during the day, right? I don't know what you childless people do nowadays. Do you just wake up at like noon?
So our Okinawan soba says to cook for 4 to 6 minutes. there.
You wake up at 11. My God, our day is like halfway done by 11 o'clock.
I'm not going to cook too much of the dried udon. I'm just going to show you guys what it looks like. Because what I want to eat is the actual Okinawa Soba noodles, but this is just something you can do instead.
Yeah, let's give it a try. I'm curious.
This is for taste testing purposes.
Delicious. Yeah, I'm up by 6:30, 7 o'clock every day, guys.
So here's our dried udon. Dion should come by and cook some Filipino food with me. That's what I think.
Did he just like drop people in chat and leave because he hasn't responded?
Maybe.
Probably.
Okay, so we're going to cook this for about 9 minutes.
Do you have a timer when you do stuff like this?
Typically, but I'm looking at a clock, so I'm just going to time it approximately for 9 minutes. Usually I use my phone. I should just get a magnetic timer for the hood.
Andrew said he's going to the gym. I guess he just finished doing a different show.
Probably Monty and Wolf show was on. That's probably what they were doing.
So many moving parts to LFN.
Yeah. Only going to get worse. About to get a lot worse, I think. I mean, better for you guys in terms of content. The logistics are getting extremely complicated.
Oh, he was streaming.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We finished Monty Wolf an hour ago. Oh my goodness. Busy, busy.
So I'm going to turn down the heat just a little bit on this. I'm going to go ahead in the meantime and get some ice water ready, as I said.
Ooh, it's kind of mesmerizing, the way the noodles are floating.
So I'm going to take a couple handfuls of ice and put it in a bowl. This is just to arrest the cooking of the noodles. We don't have very many noodles. Some cold water in here. We don't have very many noodles, so I'm not going to put very much water in there. That should be more than enough. I'll put it next to the sink. We will shock the noodles with some cold water from the sink first and then put them in there once we're done.
I can't wait to hear how excited you guys is to talk about Bro beating T1.
I know.
Who's Bro?
Oh my God, Susie. Brian.
What's that?
Bad team that beat T1 yesterday.
Got it. That's the League of Legends, right?
Sure is. Legal Legends.
The League of Legends?
I have 2 servings of the real soba noodles.
Delicious.
That say to cook them 4 to 6 minutes in Japanese, which I used Google Translate to figure out from these packages.
That looks really pretty. It's like artwork.
We've had it before with the dried udon noodles, and it was good.
It was very good.
It was good.
So you look like string.
While we are waiting, we'll assemble
Flavres is now following.
Very good.
Thank you.
We're going to assemble the broth while we're waiting. We have our 2 cups in here of the katsuobushi dashi. I have 4 cups in here of pork broth. Oops. Splashed a little bit of it. We need an additional 2 cups of pork broth. We will get. So 6 cups in total of the pork broth, 2 cups of the dashi, and we are going to be adding 2 teaspoons of soy sauce. Where'd my measuring spoons go? Oh, there we are. 2 teaspoons of soy sauce. And a tablespoon of kosher salt.
Of what?
A tablespoon of kosher salt.
Oh, kosher salt.
Because remember, none of this is salted.
I thought you said gochujang for a second.
No,
I was like,
kosher
what?
salt. None of this is salted except for the soy sauce that we just put in there. None of it has been salted. And that's going to be our soup base. And as soon as these noodles are done, I'm going to heat this up and dissolve all the salt. Tastes fantastic. The pork and dashi base. Pretty simple, but a little bit similar to ramen. Our dried udon, it should still need about 3 more minutes, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at it.
Throw it.
Pull one of these noodles out. It's still, I don't know if you'll be able to see this. Probably, no, you can't.
No.
It's still a little bit dry on the inside. Still too chewy. Close though. Any chatters?
No.
It's so quiet today.
Yeah, maybe everyone fell asleep. It is getting quite late. Thursday's stream is probably not going to be as
Long.
long.
No, it won't be. That'll be a pretty fast one.
It's Labor Day in Korea, and it's weird because so Max's school is in session, so he gets to go, but baby's daycare is off on that day, so I had to hire the help of my mother to watch the baby in the morning.
And that's why Susie wanted me to make 2 kinds of teriyaki instead of 1.
No!
So it'll take longer.
No!
It'll be worth it though, guys. It'll be fun to do 2 different kinds.
As long as we're done by like 12, because I need to get the baby to sleep. We should start earlier then.
Yeah.
Baby takes a nap at 12. We gotta get everything done before then.
Give about another minute on these noodles. I'm almost done. I just have one.
Can KT roaster be as an org compared to a dish?
It probably is something that it looks good, but then is super disappointing. The taste is super disappointing. Most cakes are like that. Razor cakes. But KT
Yeah, most cakes, you can make a beautiful looking cake, but it's probably not going to taste as amazing as most other desserts. It's all fondant, you know.
Yeah, I don't like fondant cakes.
All right, there you go. There's your 9 minutes on this one. Noodles should be pretty good, so we'll take them off the heat. Going to spill boiling water on the floor, and then put them in a colander in the sink. Going to cold water. I'm touching them with my hands and separating them while I pour cold water over them into the colander. I'm going to stop that cooking, and then I'm going to just chuck them in the ice bath. So you can see them here. The ice is still in there. The water is very cold because the ice is melted to chill the water. I was basically just putting them in the colander and doing this with my hands, holding on to them and separating them and making sure that the cold water was stopping their cooking. So we're good with that.
Oh, the bad thing about this stream is that it gets me really hungry, but I won't make this, so I'll probably just eat junk food.
You're defeating the purpose of the stream. It's called continue cooking, not continue eating garbage. Okay, we gotta heat the water up again, new water. And I will try and cook two of these packets of the soba, the genuine article soba at the same time. And we got to heat up the soup broth really quick. Shouldn't take that long, but I will go ahead and take the rafute off a little bit in advance. I think we're pretty good on the rafute. I'm just going to switch the camera for a moment so you guys can see. Enhance. It's really got the nice jiggle going now, right? That's what we like to see.
Monty, have you ever tried a shoey?
No. I've only been in Australia one time, and why would I do it if I wasn't there?
I had my first one after going to a CS2 event last night.
Oh, were you at IEM Melbourne? That looked really
and
fun.
I'm having regrets the day after.
What? Why? Why are you having regrets from a shoey? Does your mouth still taste like shoe? It's just a beer and a shoe. How many shoeys did you have? Did you have like 12? That might make you regret it.
I mean, chugging one beer is still... Ugh. How many times have you done this to be able to do it confident on stream? I still get nervous to make food for myself.
Sounds like a you problem.
This is his second time making the rafute.
Yep. It's my second time making this. I think it's, if you cook a lot and you know the principles of cooking, it's not that weird.
Watch Monty's VOD reviews on demand on Banger's Only YouTube channel.
Thank you. You need to change that bot.
Yep.
Bangers Only Cooking.
All right. Move the camera over.
Well, we're not quite ready for that yet. Hold on.
Growing up in New Zealand, it's not really a thing. I just felt gross. But esports fans, that Game 5 was a must.
Yeah, I've heard the crowd. I've seen some shots of the crowd, and IEM looked really fun. Australian crowds are great. One of the best crowds ever when I was there for Overwatch.
Oh yeah, that was super fun.
Australia's awesome. I would love to live in Australia. It's just at the ass end of the earth, unfortunately. So it's really hard to get anywhere else. And I don't have family there, so I would basically have to travel. You guys know what I mean?
There was like 100+ people all doing a shoey afterwards.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it so
Australians
much.
are great, man. Love them. They're so fun.
Any plans on Monty jiggling together with the meat?
It's more of a Susie thing. Why would you want me doing
I don't know. I've got better jiggle bits.
You definitely do. Can confirm. Okay, I have never cooked these noodles before. It says 4 to 6 minutes on these. We will trust in God
There we go.
that is true. I'm probably going to do 4 minutes just because they're not fully dried. These are egg and wheat noodles. So I will, obviously I'll be tasting it as I go along, but I probably want this a little bit firmer. It says 4 to 6 minutes based on your preference, and it depends on how much you like how firm you like your noodles and your noodle soup. It's time for me to take this Rafute off the burner because I need to use this burner right now. Pardon me, I'm getting a trivet.
Show them the tree.
Nah.
The trivet tree.
The trivet tree is our secret, Susie. Don't let them know about the trivet tree.
I heard the internet in Australia is meh.
It's getting better, apparently.
Yeah,
There's fiber in some areas now.
But then again, we are very spoiled by internet in Korea.
And the U.S.
And
We had
US.
fiber in L.A. It was good. Okay. So wait for that. In the meantime, we need to move you don't have to look at this, but I'm just heating up the broth. So we have hot soup. While we wait, I will cut up some of these satsuma age, which is the frozen fish cakes. Make it nice and appealing. Cut them on a diagonal.
Fancy.
Let's see. Nice little diagonal cut there. So these are just fish cakes. You can find these at any Asian market, really. You do not have to put them in if you don't want to.
Yeah, and there's different types of fish cakes too, just like shapes and. I like the little fish balls we get when we get maratang.
Mm-hmm. These are the packaged noodles. They're getting close already. I just tasted one. Still a little bit raw.
Are we gonna? Oh, I see. We pulled out 4 bowls.
We're getting ready.
Thank God for dishwashers.
Okay. This is done enough to my liking now. So I'm going to go ahead and take this out. I'm going to run it under cold water again.
Almost gimbal time, guys. Woo!
We all were thirsting for the gimbaling. Be a little bit careful with these noodles because obviously they were in boiling water. So if you start sticking your hands in there too deep at first, you can burn yourself.
So that's half the fun, Monty.
So I am just going to cool these down and then I'm going to keep them in the colander and the sink. We're going to use these right away so we don't need to get these in ice or anything like that. All right, back to our soup.
Enhance.
Sorry, I didn't say it. I'm going to go ahead and plate the rafute using these chopsticks.
Sting, help. I'm writing this with a message from Monty's basement. Send help. Well, how's that even work? We live in a huge apartment building.
Maybe in the basement of the apartment building.
The garage? Mm-hmm. Fun fact, food in Australia is great because the immigrants are so very diverse.
Yeah, the food in Australia has been
The
good
highest
there.
concentration of Greeks outside of Greece.
I believe you mean the highest concentration of Greeks outside of the Ottoman Empire. Greeks offended.
Now, spit on olives.
We're almost ready, guys. Glamour time is almost upon us. Not eating time, though, Susie. Don't worry, that time is not upon us. I know you were thinking it may be time to start eating, but it's not.
What advice would you give to a young streamer who is currently free streaming LCK Challenger for a small audience?
I'm not really a very good streamer, man. I'm not the person to ask.
Gimbal time.
Oh, it's not gimbal time yet. Calm down. Time to make it pretty. And you know what's pretty? Toasted sesame seeds. This is where you could hit it with a culinary torch and get a little color on the surface of it if you want to. That's your choice. Maybe I should have done that. Who can know, really?
More sesame seeds.
Uh-oh, too many. Spread them out. Ruined, ruined, ruined.
I'll just have to eat it. I'm sorry.
Okay, guys. Cleaning up the sides of the dish a little bit here. You can look at it here.
Closer.
Closer.
Yeah. Look at that jiggle. Yeah. That's the jiggle we want.
Indeed, it is the jiggle we want. But is it the jiggle we deserve? Is it the jiggle we need?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take some photos of this, guys. We need to get off this camera because I'm about to move it.
Ugh.
Trying to make people somewhat not seasick during this process. Oh no! I forgot my ginger. Hold, please.
Oh my God.
My beautifully cut ginger. Ah! Ah!
Are you ruining it? Stop ruining it.
Is it pretty yet, guys?
Whoa, you guys definitely don't want to see camera 2 right now. Woo-wee.
Oh,
Is it working?
will be shortly.
All right. I'm cutting to gimbal cam. Don't get me in the shot.
Yeah, right.
Ah.
Sorry, guys. One moment.
All right, I'm back to 3. Back to 3.
All right, here we go.
Are you sure?
No, but we go again anyway. Let me get some more lead here on my. Hold on. Sorry, I just have to hold this in a way because it's connected to the HDMI.
Are we going?
Yeah. Ah!
Feet!
So the reason why this is annoying is because it doesn't like the fact that it's connected to this cable. So it freaks out sometimes. That glare. No! Oh, come on. Work with me, gimbal.
They can watch you struggle.
Isn't that this whole stream, basically?
Man charges to flex, but shows feet for free. You know nothing about the internet, sir.
I'm wearing socks, though, so we all know that doesn't count. Well, anyway, how does it actually look, guys?
Insane, they said. It looks good. They were very excited about the jiggling. I'm like scared to cut to 2.
So the motor just doesn't like the pressure of the cables is basically what's going on.
Bro is a Michelin star chef or some shit. First time chat. Thanks, Eggnog Man.
Thank you. Not that good, but
Maybe a little heavy on the ginger. I agree, but you know what? That's to everyone's preference.
It's not going to affect the flavor of
Yeah,
it. It's
it
just
looks amazing. How does it smell? It smells so good, guys. This gimbal thing is tilting me, really. I just want to eat it.
All right, well, here's what you can do.
What?
Come here.
Me?
I need you to split this apart with chopsticks
Oh.
while I film it. This is my fetish.
Splitting apart the jiggle. How would you like me to?
Okay, now eat it.
I'll go to 2 now. I'll do that again and go to 2 so that they could see it. It's so moist.
Gimbal, please. Just need this one shot, please.
Look at that jiggle, guys. Well, if you can. If the camera will let you. Look at that. All right, I'm gonna eat it.
Do it.
You guys want to watch me eat it? This is awkward. It was definitely worth the wait. It's so good.
Okay, I'll wait till you look at the rest of our setup. Look at that. That's the top-down shot. Wow, so technically advanced. Change the camera, please, so I can put this down. Thank you. Okay, now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna serve up the actual soba.
Oh my god, it's so good. It's so nicely sweet, too. What makes it sweet? Oh, the black sugar.
Hello?
Oh my god.
You will end up with more broth than you probably need for 2 bowls, more like 4+ bowls. But I will be using this to make udon for my kid tonight, is what I'm going to be doing. But you can definitely save the broth and make, put udon in it, do whatever you like, really. In order to increase the visual appeal of this, well, normally I would serve these 2 things, like I said, separately. So you have the bowl that we already looked at in the braising liquid. How you would typically see this served in, and you could just take a bite, then take a bite, then eat it as you please. How you would typically, it's a little bit hard to do this because it's still warm, the pork belly. Maybe,
It's just falling
maybe
apart.
I shouldn't cut it. It's just falling apart. I'll get a little pork belly in there. We have a thinner piece in here I can use.
Would it be bad to add an egg to this?
No. So I haven't ever had it in Okinawa served with an egg, but if you want an egg, I don't think it's heresy. And I'm going to add some of these udon noodles to a separate bowl just as a taste test. This is what the dried udon will look like in the broth. Kind of looks like a thicker spaghetti noodle.
Oh, thank you.
I'm giving her some of the udon noodles now. I know you guys love gimbal time a lot, so it's time for more gimbals.
The soup is great.
She's just eating now, so she's not going to show you.
Oh, sorry. 2. Gimbal cam.
Oh, come on. This thing is so annoying, actually. I mean, the gimbal works great, but using it for the application that I'm using it for can be a little tilting at times. Which I understand why it does what it does. It doesn't want to break the motor, but... why it's doing it right here is very annoying because there's barely any tension on it. So I know this is annoying for you guys now, but I promise like this is going to be necessary when we actually do the edit, because we have to have some kind of finished shot of the food.
Does it look good to you guys?
Please.
Do you want me to hold the camera? It looks so good, except I can't eat pork. Fair. I will eat it for you.
The struggle is real. All right, well, we'll call that good.
If you go to, okay, never mind. I was gonna say if you go to one, I can take my phone down and take some iPhone food shots. But you know what? I'll eat it instead.
Why don't you tell us your opinion on the different kinds of noodles?
Oh, these noodles are a lot softer.
Yep.
It's good. AEIOU 97563. I can't read that, but thank you for being in the first time chat. Time for Google Translate.
It's very good. I love it in the braising liquid because it has so much flavor with the awamori and the Okinawan black sugar and everything like that.
Oh, it says happy partner anniversary.
In what language?
Chinese. I have a severe buckwheat allergy. Are your sobas made traditionally with buckwheat or other?
No.
This one is not buckwheat.
Yep. This is wheat and egg. This soba is not made out of buckwheat. It's Okinawan soba, not traditional Japanese soba.
There's definitely a difference between the noodles. The ones we got from Okinawa, they're just softer, less chewy. Yeah, PB Doc, you can always watch the VOD.
Or the edited YouTube video when it comes out.
When it finally comes out.
We're not in a hurry to edit these because we just want them to be done right. So honestly, like, once the edited videos start coming out, there will probably be at least, I would think, a 2-week delay on the stream versus the edited videos. I'm not going to make mine as pretty.
I was going to tell you, make it pretty so I can take my phone and take photos of it.
It's okay.
Wah.
If you weren't so hungry, then maybe we could have done
Well,
that.
you already broke mine, remember?
So I like to have it so the rafute's on the side. So I can go ahead, split this up with my chopsticks into smaller chunks, take a couple of these little pieces of ginger, put it on top, get a lot of that sauce in there. Take a bite of that. We got a nice mouthful of noodles. And the broth afterwards.
Yeah, I'm missing the sauce here. No, it's okay.
Is it?
Yes. It's very yummy. The pork just kind of melts.
I'll bring you a bowl of some sauce.
Oh, thank you. And the sauce actually just kind of adds extra flavor to the soup.
Yeah.
You really taste the sugar, the black.
And the
Okinawan
awamori,
sugar.
actually. It has a different flavor this time than when I made it last time with sake. This definitely tastes closer to what I've had on Okinawa. Like, it's like a more pronounced version of the sake.
Is there a piece of kitchen equipment and appliance that you don't have that is at the top of your wish list?
An oven. If I'm in Korea, it's just an oven. You know, honestly. I also don't have a KitchenAid mixer here, which would be nice to have. Like I said earlier, one of those toast or convection ovens I'd be interested in. You can also put some pickled red ginger if you want into the soba. That's your jam. I have some ginger on the side here, so I'm not missing that as much. Yeah, that's pretty much it for today, guys. I know this one was a little bit of a weirder one. Probably not a lot of you guys will attempt to make this. But I hope it was fun to watch, and it's fun to see a different kind of Japanese food.
Yeah. Also, you guys got to see him in an Orion tank top.
I didn't know about Okinawan Soba or the Rafute until we went to Okinawa. No idea about Okinawan cuisine. So it was a really fun surprise for me to go there and try this. And then, of course, you know, when I try stuff like this, I want to attempt to make it myself.
Well, Fuji Cake says it was a bad idea to watch this at 1 a.m. because now he wants some noodles. Well, wherever you are, maybe you could order some noodles.
Yeah, the instant soba noodles are really good, actually.
Has a different texture from the other one.
It's a little bit richer, too, because of the egg in it.
Can you use regular egg noodles?
Look, you can try it with whatever you want, guys. I think because you can buy if you're in America and you can buy the Okinawan Soba on Amazon, I would just do that. It's not like it's going to go bad. So I would just buy the stuff. It'll come with the little flavor packets like this in it. It's actually liquid inside. But you can just get rid of those and make the broth yourself.
Cool. When the edited VOD comes out, I'll have my stove back and I'll probably try this recipe. Yeah, let us know how it goes for you.
Send a pic.
Yeah, if any of you guys try any of these recipes, like, please send us pictures.
Or if you're cooking along, we can put it on stream if you guys are cooking along with us. Or shout people out if they send us pictures, you know, on the next stream or whatever. That's part of the fun of it.
Happy partner anniversary. How many years has it been? Does it not even tell you?
No.
Oh.
I think it's 12 or 13. Probably 12.
It's delicious. Okay, guys. Well, thanks for joining us today.
Okay. On Wednesday night, U.S. time, early Thursday morning. So it's 5:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 2:30, I believe, a.m. on Thursday, Central European summertime. We will do teriyaki 2 ways.
Ooh. Chicken teriyaki.
Chicken teriyaki 2 ways. And we will do some miso soup. So if you've been wanting to learn how to do miso soup from scratch, make your own dashi. It's very easy, but you can also use instant dashi. That's totally an option as well. We will do that, and we'll do the Seattle-style teriyaki with pineapple, and we will do the more traditional Japanese style of teriyaki. So, see you then.
Bye.